Kihau Kolomosi, Ninja Shinzi, Kikai Wapalanewe, Monato. Nunjiai Lamawo Wanjikyo, Wak Lamawo Tekwa. Anishi Ki Shalomokwen. Elamiliang Yongkwai Kishkwik, Wak Kukana Aki, Wak Tinda, Wak Umbi, Wak Ilongo Mati, Wak Nimbu Mausawakanum. Anishik, 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 Anishik. How is everybody? Are you doing good? For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Chief Man. I come from the Ramapo Mountains, the Ramapo Nation, the Turtle Clan of the Ramapo, the descendants of the Munsee-speaking people. I offered a prayer in our language, and that prayer is, thank you, Creator, for giving us this day, our Mother Earth. Thank you for giving us the water and the fire. We thank you for all of our relations. And most importantly, we thank you for our lives. And then I thank the four directions, even though we understand that there are more. Chief Man is the descendant of Chief Manus. He was on several land deeds where land had been taken from our people. The Ramapo, along with other tribal communities in the state of New Jersey, are those people that were chosen to stay behind to protect the bones of our ancestors and our rights to hunt, to fish, and to gather. Uniquely for the Munsee people, meaning the Ramapo, in the Treaty of Easton in 1758, our ancestors actually added one other thing to that list of rights that they reserved for their descendants, and that was to strip bark from trees. The stripping bark from trees is a very important aspect to our existence here, because we use the bark from the trees for our wigwams, for our houses, right? It's a very, very, very big honor for me to be asked to be a part of MTW, and you know, I see some familiar faces. I got to see some folks that I met along the way. I had a unique experience this morning, standing outside looking at the snow that was hanging on the branches. And there's an elder in here somewhere, I think, that said that she saw me speak 6 times. That really carries a lot of weight for me, right? Because it shows that, you know, that my ancestors speak through me. The land in which we stand upon, you know, from the New Brunswick campus, you know, well beyond this one, just south of Albany and into Connecticut and Manhattan, was all land that was controlled and lived upon by our ancestors. Coming up in another few weeks here, we'll also be commemorating the Pavonia massacre that took place not too far away by Liberty State Park and the Science Center. It's important to convey these things to everybody so that they can understand more so than just opening up a book and reading something or seeing it online. We're the actual human beings whose ancestors and my grandparents and my great-grandparents and my great-great-grandparents suffered, right? To be able to be here today in front of you means that they were successful, right? And their ability to thrive, right? Even with having the littlest amount of anything, just like all of your ancestors, right? Still suffered that same thing. So in closing, I'm going to offer up a song, and this song is thanking the Creator for making me Lenape. And for those of you who don't know what Lenape means, in our language, it just simply means human being. And that is who we all are. So Anishik, thank you. Well, 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 hey, oh, well, hey, ah, hey, oh, way. Well, hey, oh, well, hey, oh, well, hey, ah, hey, oh, way. Anashik maneto niluna paua koe o he a he o we o he yo we o he yo we o he a he o we well, hey, oh, well, hey, well, hey, oh, well, hey, well, well, hey, oh, well, hey, ah, hey, oh, way, well, hey, you. Yo way oh hey ah hey oh way Anashik maneto Niluna pahoa ko way oh hey ah hey oh way oh hey yo way oh hey yo way oh hey ah hey oh way well hey yo way oh hey well hey yo way oh hey way oh way oh hey way oh hey, yo way oh hey, yo way oh hey, ah hey oh way, Anashik maneto, niluna pahoa ko way oh hey. Hey oh way, way oh hey, yo way oh hey, yo way oh hey, ah hey oh way. Thank you, Creator. So, those of you in the front row can probably see the salty water on the corner of my eyes, and those are our memories, right? Those tears that fall from any of our eyes are memories of time long ago, right? Or even just as recent, losing a loved one, right? My heart goes out to all of you, to all of those who made today possible so that we all could be standing here today. So with that, again, I thank you all for giving me the honor and the privilege to stand before you today.
Hasta que hoy puedo decir, bendito sea Dios, que alguien me dijo negra para que yo comprendiera hoy que soy negra, pero no como ellos decían. Que soy negra y que formo parte de ese mosaico que es el hombre negro, blanco, amarillo, rojo. Mientras el rojo, el blanco, el amarillo y el negro no se den cuenta que son uno solo, jamás podrán descubrir qué es el hombre.
Let's go!
We have to think about blackness Afro-diasporically. We also need to highlight the Afro-diasporic element within Latinidad.
We are the sons and daughters, el destino de mi gente, black, brown, beautiful.
Here in this country, to say you're proud to be black, to say you're proud to be an African descendant, to say you're proud to be Afro-descendiente comes with a lot.
We're all finding ourselves and having to confront our historical miseducation, as well as forging forward with a new reality.
Al fin, yo avanzo segura. Al fin, avanzo y espero. Al fin, y bendigo al cielo porque quito Dios que negro azabache fuese mi color y ya comprendí. Al fin, ya tengo la llave. Negro, 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 negro.
In honor of Black History Month, we will now hear a reimagined performance of James Weldon Johnson and John Rosamond Johnson's Lift Every Voice and Sing. Please join me in welcoming Emmy Award-winning composer, drummer, band leader, and activist Jerome Jennings, and ensemble featuring celebrated vocalist Chanel Johns.
Thank you all for being here. I just want to introduce the group before we play. I want you to give a round of applause for Yanes on percussion, Casio Jimenez on percussion, Joe Daly on the tuba, Sia Charles on the trombone, trumpet 1 is Eddie Allen, trumpet 2 is Lee Hogans, and we have Chanel Johns that's gonna sing for you all. Now, when I was asked to put something together for this, once I got the theme, I had to do something special, or try to do something special. So we're going in between a lot of different grooves throughout the diaspora on this particular version of Rosamond Johnson and James Weldon Johnson's Lift Every Voice and Sing. The tune is Still Necessary. So we're gonna get to it. Hope you enjoy it. And it's got some time on it, so you don't, if you stand up, feel free. If not, it's okay. You might wanna move, if that's okay too.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven rings. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we tried, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers died. We have come over a way that with tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered, out of the gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome everybody to the 44th annual Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series, 44 years. We are alive from Newark. We are a place in which the true history of the region can be told in a way that cannot be told, even though I know, Chancellor, you're going to be in Manhattan soon, but it cannot be told from the point of view of Manhattan. The Dutch claim of having purchased Manhattan is coming up. And that story is going to be told again and again and again. But we know here that that's not something we should believe. So part of the history that we're telling here is really distinctive and getting closer to the truth of what really happened. So I'm really glad you can be here. This is a series of public history lectures in which Clement Price and Giles Wright and the MTW Study Club had envisioned. And that's what has been going on for these 44 years. So we're really appreciative of your coming out, despite this snow. Now, 3 inches of snow, I'm from the Midwest. This does not count as snow, okay? Maybe 3 feet counts as snow, and that's an excuse for you not to come. But those of you who are in the audience, we really appreciate your having braved these 3 inches. But also, we really are happy that those of you who are online can be joining us. We were sold out for the past couple of days, so we're expecting more people to come. And in the very least, come for our first speakers, and also come for our lunch, because we have an amazing lunch that you can all enjoy that is really in keeping with the thematic of what we're doing today. My name is Jack Chen, and I have the great honor of holding the Clement A. Price professorship here in Public History and Humanities, and also the director of the Price Institute. And we have been given the responsibility from Dr. Price and Giles Wright to continue this series. And I'm just delighted that we as a staff have been able to do this. I also want to thank Brother Vincent Mann, who we've been working together for 8 years now, and I just appreciate every single year all the more, that we are able to work together. When I got here at Rutgers, maybe 6 years ago, I can't remember, during COVID, I don't remember how long it's been, but I was still hearing people saying that, no, the indigenous people don't live here anymore. They all died off. They all went to the West Coast. And I was shocked. And it's only now that I think people in the state are beginning to acknowledge more fully, other than the 4th grade curriculum, which talks about the Lenapes as if they're Italians, coming from Ellis Island. But that story has yet to be fully told, and we're hoping to look at the program to look up what the Pavonia Massacre was and how that happened just in a couple weeks from now, and it's a commemoration that we are beginning to observe. So please join us for that observation. But also, of course, Jerome Jennings, Chanel Johns, and the ensemble are amazing. So thank you so much for that. Robeson, thank you. Thank you. Really beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. So let's all take a deep cleansing breath. This has been a tough few years, even though supposedly COVID is gone, but we know COVID is not gone. And we would appreciate those of you who are a little sniffly, a little coughy, to put on a mask. We do have some masks out there just to protect our elders especially, and to really also remember them, as Chief Mann has said. Of course, this is just the latest of catastrophes that has hit many of our communities, but this gathering is a chance to really recommit and come back together in a way that is powerful and so important. Now, Clement Price loves saying that where else but in the great city of Newark can you be in the Paul Robeson Center on Martin Luther King Boulevard in the great city of Newark in this late winter, early spring day. The groundhog did not see its shadow, so we're supposed to have an early spring, but we'll see. But I also want to add that here we are on the end moraine, on the hill, at the southeast corner in which indigenous people used to gather because it was exposed to the sunlight. This is a very good location from the south and from the east, and you could see the beautiful river, the beautiful Passaic River. I'm not joking here. At that time, it was a beautiful Passaic River. And indeed, the nut trees, the oak trees, the chestnut trees were arboreal. These were the original growths of these trees in which these nuts were really supplied and were harvested. And the base of these trees, the undergrowth, was lit under controlled small fires as a way to build up the nitrogen and also build the underbrush so that the berries, for example, could be nourished on a regular basis and cultivated. So this tending the wilderness is really also what this site represents. And we tend to forget that. We tend to forget that, but it's so important to remember that story alongside of the story of the black struggle for freedom. And I was happy to have a chance to meet some of the people who were back here in 1967. So I wanted to, acknowledge those who were here at that time, and it was really to the wisdom of Chancellor Cantor, who's been saying that that's the true beginning of this campus. And I think that's truly important. And that's part of the freedom to tell the story that has not been told, that is not acknowledged in the great institutions of higher learning that we have across the river from here. It's something that we are committed to telling here, and we will not hold back from that. So it was really the Munsee relations to nature, to the two-leggeds, to the four-leggeds, to the one-leggeds, to the great kingdom of shellfish and fish that were in the Passaic River that were migrating back and up and down through the stone weirs, which are the oldest structures built by humans in the region. And those stone weirs have been forgotten, but we are not going to forget them. They have to be documented, they have to be understood. The indigenous paths that stretched from here all the way across the state up into the Great Lakes were here as well. And maize migrated here from other parts of the Americas over 1,000 years ago. And so did the squash and the beans. Those stories cannot be forgotten. But in some ways, what we're talking about today, the thematic we have today, is about that kind of complicated trade and mixture that European historians and Western historians have said, no, that didn't exist. That didn't exist. So in many ways, we're coming out of massive trauma from stories and histories that have not been told and have not been acknowledged. And I have to tell you, growing up in the Midwest, and I'm old enough to remember this poem, so I have to give you a trigger warning because this poem is traumatic, And this poem you probably know, so if you want to say it along with me, but I have to give you a warning. For those of you young people who have not heard this poem, you may want to cover your ears because this is not a healthy poem to listen to, okay? In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, okay? Like this is really traumatizing. And found this land of the free, beloved by you and beloved by me. And in the year 1607, good Captain Smith thought he'd reached heaven. 'Twas in September 1609, with ship Half Moon, a Dutch sign, that Henry Hudson found the stream, the Hudson River of our dream. We're talking about here, okay? In 1620, Pilgrims saw our land that had no unjust law. Their children lived here to this day, proud citizens of the USA. Now, I know this bit of doggerel is something that we no longer hear so much, but in fact, this history is still being taught effectively. And we can no longer have that be taught in that way. And that's what these 44 years of the MTW lecture series have been about, is fighting that narrative that is so stubborn that maybe the children not being taught anymore because the teachers know better, but it's still the stuff, the basic storyline, the basic arc storyline of so much of what people learn in school. And that has to change. So we've been traumatized by bad poetry, but also what we need to understand that is really the Afro-Caribbean scholars who have been writing for many decades now, who have been leading the way in combating this simplistic story that many of us in the Anglo-settler countries of North America and the former British Commonwealth still tend to subscribe to. Now, they're helping us unpack the fantasy, the colonial storytelling that is still cloaked as history for far too many people. It is the eminent Haitian-American scholar Michel Rolfe-Trujillo, who unfortunately passed recently, who wrote the incredible book, which I recommend, Silencing the Past, Power and the Production of History, in which he talked about facts being embedded in archives that were collected by colonial affirmations of their right to be here. And that these archives really make up the stuff of the stories that people tell and retell in the public through poetry, but also through the history books that still basically tell that same story. And Michel Rolfe-Trujillo says that this is really what capital H history has constituted in the colonial context. Now, he's not saying that that's a good thing. He's talking about the past. The true past has been silenced. So it's not just the true past has not been written, but it's been silenced because the silencing is about the lived oral traditions and lived cultures that are performed every day by people making things out of recipes from traditions that were not strictly defined by the colonial recipes of what proper Puritan etiquette would be about, right? Or what was okay to eat in that way. And so in many ways, it's really the Caribbean folks who are amongst us who have been most in touch with these complex navigations and negotiations with how to reclaim these stories. We also have, of course, Arturo Alfonso Schomburg, who was a person from Puerto Rico who really was singularly significant, not the only person, but the most significant person who collected every single bit and piece of the diaspora, spread far and wide, that began to tell a different kind of story. And to this day, it is that archive that is the one that someone like Michel Rolfe-Trujillo is saying we have to build these counter archives. We have to have a different kind of body of material that people can draw and develop their stories from. And it is the important Harvard Jamaican scholar Orlando Patterson who has talked about how enslavement was a form of social death. And that social death gives us a different kind of vocabulary to not just talk about enslavement in the Atlantic world, but also to understand what freedom emerges from. Freedom gets co-opted by the colonists who begin calling themselves Native Americans as if they are the original people of this land. And freedom gets co-opted as saying that we are a people because we actually have dominated and control other peoples. That becomes a form of freedom that in some ways is defined by the political philosophy of John Locke. So it's not something that's just speculated on, but it's written into the very core of the Constitution itself and what a citizen is meant to be, in which people who are enslaved, of course, are not included. And certainly indigenous people are not included. So freedom for Orlando Patterson is not something so simple as having no regulations and having the market do anything it wants to make money. But freedom is something deeper and far more important. And of course, Victoria Santa Cruz, the amazing Peruvian dancer, singer, folklorist, playwright, wasn't just about playing the counter archives within the conservative system of Western white colonial academia, but she embodied the de-silencing of the past just by her music and just by her dance. So we cannot simply sit still in our classrooms. We have to be performing and enacting and cooking and making the changes happen as a way to counter the archive. So today, I just wanted to say that we're really honoring the de-silencing of a very tough subject. Coming as out of Asian Pacific American studies, in which we are talking about the impossible amalgam of people from the Pacific with people from South Asia, with people from Western Asia, people from Eastern Asia, people from Central Asia. It's an impossible amalgam in which people do not necessarily identify with each other. But of course, Asia becomes the imagined figure of people like Christopher Columbus, in which he happens to bump into what we now know as the Caribbean, and he thinks he's in Japan. That's what he's looking for, right? We forget these bumblings and mistakes that are part of the colonial history as if it was destiny and if it was the truth written in stone. But of course it's not. So this morning we have the amazing Dr. Tanya Hernandez, who is an alumni of Rutgers Law School. And we just want to welcome her back. Welcome you back, yeah. And I just, in breakfast, learned today that part of the spirit that she carries with her in her speaking and her linkages to community, but also her incredibly important legal work, is really coming out of those years that you spent here. So I'm really so happy that you're back. Welcome back. And you always have a home here and with the Price Institute. So thank you so much for being here today. So she's helping to unpack the legal systems that codify this colonial way of thinking, the coloniality of relationships, as Latin American scholars are talking about. Dr. Lorgia Garcia Pena is also unpacking the difficult subject of anti-blackness that continues to haunt the colonial world wherever we are. And of course, we have to include otherings as well. And it wasn't just the Puritans, but the Puritans who so-called discovered Newark were really also very much at the forefront of how that broad Protestant culture gets spread and developed across the Midwest, for example, and becomes part of the core culture of this nation. So the fears they had of nature, of indigenous people in the forest, cultivating the trees and cultivating the Three Sisters, and they're claiming that, oh no, these indigenous people are just part of the natural world. Therefore, they do not have the right of citizens. John Locke would say they did not cultivate the land, so they could not be self-owning people. But of course, that's not true. And it's only now that we're beginning to say it in a way that actually makes sense, because otherwise we have no reference, we have no language to understand what injustice has been done. And we can go on and on. But Dr. Professor Garcia is someone who has been fighting that fight, and when she was in Atlanta, at a time in which the state legislature said, no, if you're undocumented, if you're not a citizen, okay, again, if you're not a citizen within Locke's definitions of what a citizen counts as, then somehow you cannot go to school. So you're kicked out of our state university. And what she and other faculty did with students who are undocumented is they formed the Freedom University. And we are fortunate to have today with us someone who is a presidential fellow here at Rutgers University, who is one of those undocumented students who is now a graduate student, who finished their graduate studies, and is going to be speaking a little bit about what that Freedom University was all about and is about still. And after the incredible lunch we have, don't forget the lunch, it's very important, okay. We have Nodia Mena, who would discuss her people, the Garifuna people, who counter the erasure of the fundamental way in which colonialism began to manifest. So the Garifuna peoples, I had not heard of them until Dr. Lacey Hudson kind of explained to me, so it exposes my ignorance, even though I have those PhD letters, behind me from NYU, right? I did not know this story, that the Garifuna peoples from as early as the 1630s began to emerge as a people who were resisting enslavement. And they were effectively one of the very early Maroon communities in the Americas. And it was really that mixture of escaped enslaved peoples intermixing with indigenous peoples of those regions, and then continuing to migrate because they were never really fully accepted wherever they were, but continuing to migrate to be the point of keeping and conserving the culture and language that they have. And and I'll get back to that in a second, because there's a comparison here that we don't know ourselves. But then, not at all least, but an incredible kind of opportunity for all of us is Dr. Ariana Curtis, who is a curator at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. A curator not just of African collections and studies, but also a curator of Latin studies. And those of you know, first of all, the fact that she is in that position is something to be celebrated for any of you who've been knowing about the difficulty of changing the structure of museums in this country, but also to understand that, of course, this is the museum that one of our own, Dr. Lonnie Bunch, who was the founding director of that museum, is now the secretary, which is the top position at the Smithsonian, is leading that institution to make the structural changes that still need to be made. It's not over by any means, but the leadership that's shown and the fact that this is one of the best museums in the world right now is not to be taken lightly. Now, these amazing, fierce, trailblazing women are taking us further down that road of telling the truth of what this history is about. And it's not just about, of course, the Latin, Caribbean, Latin, Afro, indigenous story, but it's really a story that helps me as someone who's looking at the Asian diaspora and the racism that has happened in the Asian diaspora, understand that better. So this is something that is for all of us to understand. But also, I just want to say that Professor Mena's work is not just about the Garifuna community, but as you know, with Chief Mann here, that the Ramapo peoples were the peoples who actually had to, in the same time period, in the 1600s, after numerous massacres, and you can look at the program to begin to see what those massacres were. We're beginning to document what those massacres were and where they took place, and the way of dispossession happening from this region, right? That they're taking refuge with enslaved peoples, free, self-emancipated enslaved peoples, into the Ramapo Mountains with renegade Dutch who did not go along with the Dutch kind of structures and strictures. It was that intermingled community that still survives today in the Ramapo Mountains. Yet, at the same time, the story is that they don't exist. They're not true Indians. Somehow, they're just fakes. They're Afro-Dutch. They're not indigenous. That story, that erasure, is not one that just happens in other parts of the Americas. But it's also here, happening here. So we are connected to that Atlantic world in which these kinds of dynamics of earlier forms of Catholic colonialism have intermingled with kind of an extreme radical version of Protestant Puritan culture that is really making up this region. So in any case, I just wanted to kind of make these points, and it's really in some ways as a way of also just welcoming you all here so that we can then continue together to be pulling these counter stories together. And I just wanted to kind of acknowledge, for example, those who have been part of the MTW Study Club. If Leonard Muse and Rose Muse would be willing to stand, I just want to kind of acknowledge them. They're right here. They have been part of this study club that have been organizing these events for 44 years. Professor Larry Green, who's at Seton Hall University, please also stand up. And then I think all of you know Mary Sue Sweeney Price. Mary Sue, where are you? Okay, great. Who's also, of course, and Dr. Noelle Lorraine Williams, who's one of our students here. I don't know if she's here yet. Oh, there you are. Okay, great. So they have been making up the study club, but the study club was a group in the original form who Mary Sue tells me after the very first, after any given Marion Thompson Wright lecture Dr. Price would be reviewing the tapes and discussing them and trying to figure out what to do next year. It was something that was so meticulously cared for. It was so curated in the non-obnoxious way that we use the word curated in a deep sense today, that reminds us and keeps us inspired about what we need to be doing in the future. So it is now my pleasure to introduce Nancy Cantor and Sarah Kay. Let me just say a few words about Chancellor Cantor. She came largely because of my predecessor, Clement Price. At least that's my understanding of the story, that it was Dr. Price who convinced her to be able to take this job, and that I'll let you tell you that story herself. And it was really one of the deciding factors that I came to this campus from NYU a number of years ago. And it was that and the promise of a parking lot that somebody else gave me. And I didn't get the parking space. But it's been my honor to be working with Dr. Cantor all these years. And enough said, okay. Dr. Nancy Cantor. Sorry about the platform.
Oh, no. Okay. Is there a way to get this down? All right, never mind. You can hear me, right?
No. Hold on one second.
Thank you.
Yes.
I could have figured that out, I guess, but thank you so much.
You got it.
So it's such an honor once again to join hands and minds and hearts in this richly diverse community, reminding ourselves of the strength and legacy of the likes of Marion Thompson Wright and Clement Alexander Price. Connecting as our colleagues Lacey Hunter and Jack Chan have done today, our time to times past, this 44th MTW lecture, The Power of Black Voices, Afro-Latin Identities in the Americas, to the 27th MTW lecture, Times Longer Than Rope, as we pledge collectively not to forget that much of our contemporary social tapestry was stitched together over time from other places, in this case, across the Black Atlantic. Now, I hope you'll forgive the social psychologist in me for this unpacking of identity, in this case, Afro-Latin, but applicable, of course, to all our socially constructed categories, built across history and homelands, calls out to me how we are and always have been wedded to seeing the world through imagined prototypes instead of the fuzzy sets that actually populate it. How we privilege fantastical, imaginary homogeneity within our identity groups, ignoring and undervaluing the actual diversity of lived experiences and histories and travels. We do this intentionally or not, but sadly, with the result of building unbridgeable gaps of humanity across groups. Gaps that not only miss the nuances of within-group variation, but that habituate us to perceive and then construct a divided and divisive, all or none, mine, not yours, incast, outcast social reality. In this vein, wouldn't it be such a gift to our collective intelligence if we could routinely do what our wonderful speakers will do for us and with us today? In this case, as they mess up the so simplified assumptions of Black identity in this country by pushing us to think across the histories and borders and cultures of all the Americas that came and continuously come to define who belongs with whom and who we persistently call other. Who is Black? Who is white? Who is Latinx? As if our daily life and interactions were rigidly scripted by a godly census taker rather than complexly and creatively constructed in vivo by our histories. Indeed, at a personal level, at a family level, our lived experiences, the languages we speak, the food we customarily eat, the homelands we visit, the stories we grow up hearing are not simply populated at all. Just think of the stories that we will hear about today from esteemed linguist and educator Nadia Mena of Garifuna history and culture, traversing from the Caribbean to Central America to New York City. It's okay, Jack, New York City. Bringing a rich mixture of African, indigenous, and Spanish culture. Accordingly, Paul Joseph Lopez Oro describes, and I quote, the transgenerational Garifuna New Yorkers of Central American descent as negotiating multiple subjectivities as Black, indigenous, and Afro-Latinx. Leading us to ask, has that complexity and richness been appreciated? Probably not. For as a society and across the oceans, we place others neatly in those perceptual boxes, as legal scholar Tanya Hernandez will courageously note today, as she exposes the commonplace biases among Latino communities fed by cultural practices of othering. And as our discussions today will so uncover this rich but messy identity world we live in, for as Juan Flores and Miriam Jimenez Roman have described in their analysis of the triple consciousness of Afro-Latino culture in the US, and I quote, Afro-Latinos occupy a crucial place in contemporary racial and ethnic relations in the United States and internationally. They are a group that typically falls between the cracks of prevailing classifications, and yet at the same time stands to serve as the most significant bridge across a growing and increasingly ominous divide. Yes, the homogenization of our social world is our peril, for as any good psychologist will tell you, behavior, how we treat each other, follows perceptions. What we see and believe to be real is what we then force to be true. Our simplified versions of the social world become the basis for a rigid pecking order of worthiness that defines access to opportunity and power. It also replicates itself in our daily lives, prescribing on one hand who we live with and go to school with and how we vote, and on the other, implicitly instructing us on who to stay away from, and so much more. We surely see this perilous simplification of group identity and all the daily life systemic barriers for some and power for others that follow from it on display in this country, accompanied, somewhat ironically, by efforts to whitewash, literally and metaphorically, any discussion of or learning about the role of group identity, history, and currently in shaping access to the so-called American dream, as Jack has said. Indeed, this is a moment of erasure of history when it thus becomes all the more important, as our colleagues at the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice remind us of repeatedly, to dialogue about our history and to consider what the outlines of a progressive, restorative justice framework might look like, as they are currently doing through the Reparations Council, co-chaired by our own Tajania Henderson and our dear colleague, friend, Khalil, thank you, Mohammed. Fortunately, despite the national mood of erasure, we are certainly seeing locally a strong appetite for understanding the public history that is often not so public, that draws a line from slavery to redlining to residential and school segregation and other aspects of anti-Blackness, as our Rutgers Newark scholars, led by Mark Krasovich and Tim Eatman, team with our community partners Richard Camerari, Jean-Pierre Brutus, and Deborah Smith-Gregory to hold community dialogues on reparations in Newark. Moreover, as our colleagues Belinda Edmondson, Cornell Chang, Sean Mitchell, and Bernie Lamparty, who designed the Sawyer Seminar on natives and nativists, migrants and immigrants in an American city, compellingly documented the history that connects group identity to access and opportunity, quickly dismantles the simplification of Blackness, revealing the interweaving of histories, geographies, and identities in a multicultural, multi-ethnic, historic city like Newark. Importantly, as treasured historian Lorgia Garcia-Pena helps us see and understand, the anti-Blackness and anti-Indigenous narratives also have a long and storied presence in politics and daily life, in the colonial histories of both oppression and resistance across the Americas. Nonetheless, often in resistance to these oppressive movements, as Lacey Hunter has noted in describing today's topic, and I quote Lacey, "The strength and resilience of Black voices in the Americas shines through in this history and reminds us, as she says, of the many ways African-descended people have defined and redefined themselves across the Atlantic world in the last 4 centuries. And of course, this transnational narrative of oppression and resistance and resilience simmers only slightly below the surface in our current moment of tension over borders of all sorts, as we in the US persistently ask questions of origin. Who belongs in our America? Where did they come from? Who are their natural relatives? As Tim Raphael and Julie Winokur poignantly document in The Newest Americans, Stories from the Global City. Moreover, this mounting and rigidly defined xenophobia is spreading even as perhaps precisely because we live in a moment of enhanced global displacement, such that the impact of our reliance on simplified perceptions of otherness, rooted in ignorance of the varied richness of historical identity narratives, will continue to take a deep toll on humanity, and importantly, on generations to come, as Mayte Green Mercado and Brian Murphy and Gary Farney have seen in their work on the Mediterranean Displacement Project. Yes, as we quickly learn in unpacking the complexities hidden in the simplifications of Black, Afro-Latin, and Latinx identities, borders and boundaries, not to mention cultures and histories, never followed the prescriptions of our census takers, much as our stereotypes, implicit biases, and explicit practices might try to pigeonhole them. Accordingly, as we consider the persistent tendency over history and across geographies to caricature, simplify, homogenize, and pit otherwise complex and overlapping racial and ethnic identities and identity groups, and contrast this with what we learn today about the power of Black voices and what that implies about the resilient movements across time of so many other groups as well. There is another lesson that I see in this fraught moment. In particular, this suggests to me why it is so important to push back on the growing movement of skepticism about the humanities, the arts, and the humanistic social sciences. What we're seeing in our current moment is more than the usual underappreciation of the fundamental importance of these disciplines to our ability to understand ourselves and to grow as human beings. In what I think of as a paradigmatic example of the phenomenon that my friend, the social psychologist Rupert Nichols, calls hibernating bigotry. We are now seeing efforts in a growing number of states to literally make it illegal to tell the fulsome story of who we are. In short, to make it illegal to tell the truth. So in many ways, the need has never been greater for us all to learn about and talk about the personal histories that we all carry forward and that so contribute to the diversity of lived experiences. Histories and experiences that both build a base of perseverance and knowledge and talent to cultivate, and simultaneously that must be told so as to dismantle the tendency to mark people insidiously as others. And we will hear today from distinguished curator Ariana Curtis just how artistic expression can create a public memory exchange to both enrich our understandings and simultaneously to counter our worst tendencies. For it is time to learn and to resist ignorance. Time for dialogue, so we can partake in building safer, more just, more truthfully complex communities, locally, nationally, and globally. And my friends, that is what we're doing today, with thanks to our organizers and speakers and participating friends of MTW. And to Marion, Thompson, Wright, and Clement Alexander Price, whom we miss so much, but we know that they are surely egging us on in this moment. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say that we're unfortunate to have, oh, thank you. Okay, I'll just do this, that's all right. Okay, thank you. You can appreciate how powerful this chancellor has been and how meaningful it's been to have her in the leadership of this university. And of course, many of you know that somewhere, somehow, a fumble happened in the university. A fumble happened in which they made a very bad decision that has really impacted this campus in a terrible way. Now, I just wanted to also congratulate Dr. Cantor for her new position at Hunter College. Congratulations. And this piece from the Urban Glassworks folks is just a little, she didn't want to accept it, but I'm just going to show it to everybody. It's a beautiful piece, and it's really for your exemplary leadership and lifelong dedication to building better and brighter communities from the Clement Price Institute. So thank you. Thank you. Nancy, we're going to miss you. Those of you, okay. Next is Sarah Kay, who is from she's the Vice President of Inclusive Solutions at Prudential Financial. And I just want to say that I've had the good fortune of speaking to many of their employees, and it was really remarkable because I've been doing a lot of work around the history of eugenics, and it's a company that was willing to grapple with that question in terms of its own history connected to eugenics. So it doesn't happen too often in corporate America. So it's one of the many things I appreciate about the community orientation and the commitments of the Prudential. So Sarah, please join us.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the 44th annual Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series. As Jack said, my name is Sarah Kay, and I'm with Prudential, and I lead the philanthropy and employee community engagement programs with the company. For those of you who may not know, Prudential was founded over 149 years ago right here in Newark, New Jersey. We'll actually be celebrating our 150th anniversary next year. We were founded on the principle of equity, that everyone should have the opportunity to achieve financial security and the peace of mind that comes with it. Our first product was burial insurance because our founder, John Dryden, saw that working class families didn't have the financial means to bury their loved ones. Our first product cost as little as 10 to 15 cents a week at the time. With that first product, he disrupted a market that held misplaced beliefs that working class families couldn't be trusted to pay their premiums. And so our company provided a way for these families to have the same opportunity to have that financial security and to build wealth like everyone else. Over 149 years later, our purpose still remains the same. We seek to create an inclusive economy that provides every population and every demographic with equitable pathways to economic and social mobility. Our work is most evident here in our headquarters cities of Newark, and we're excited to continue sponsoring the MTW lecture series that brings together such an inspiring group of people who are committed to civic engagement and to learning for all the different types of topics. And so we're so excited that the Clement A. Price Institute continues to lead the series under the leadership of Jack. Clem Price was a true, dear, cherished person for Prudential, and he was a true leader and shepherd of Newark. And it's wonderful to see his legacy continuing on. And I have to say a personal thank you to Chancellor Cantor. I think we're all very sad and disappointed to see her go, but she, just like Clem, is a true leader and a shepherd for Newark. Under her leadership, Rutgers has achieved so much in driving inclusive economic growth. She increased the number of Newark students who are going to and graduating from Rutgers, providing a full suite of comprehensive services, creating the honors learning living community, and I can go on and on. And so I just have to say thank you so much to Chancellor Cantor. We're going to miss you dearly, but you will be right across the river, and I'm sure we know you're going to do amazing things leading Hunter College. But today's topic is focused on the intersectionality of Afro-Latino identities in the Americas. As we all know, none of us are just one thing. There is power in every dimension of who we are. People's lives and the organization of power are shaped by these different dimensions, whether it be race, gender, or class, and how they work together and influence each other. Intersectionality is a way of understanding and analyzing the complexities in the way people operate and the ways that they experience the human experience. And understanding that intersectionality is essential to combating prejudices that people face in their daily lives. The more that people don't have to choose between the different facets of who they are, the more we'll find the power in the differences of each of us. And that's our greatest strength, both as a company like Prudential, but also in society, and how do we build that inclusive economy. And that's why I'm looking forward to hearing from so many of the historians, scholars, curators, artists that Jack has brought together for this lecture series. And we hope that you will learn, engage, and share with people who are not in this room or watching virtually about all the things that we're learning about our history and how do we move forward together as a world. So thank you so much.
Good morning.
All right, it's good to see y'all on a day in February that feels like February in New Jersey. We appreciate y'all for coming out in the snow, and welcome to the 44th annual Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series. I am Dr. Lacey Hunter, or Hudson, whichever you prefer. Just joking, Jack. I'm the Associate Director of the Clement Price Institute and a very proud member of our Africana Studies Department here. I'm so excited. I know, right? Yes, for Africana Studies. Y'all can clap that up. I'm excited and privileged to present to you four scholars, Dr. Ariana Curtis, Lorgia Garcia Peña, and just as a quick note, unfortunately, Dr. Peña could not be with us physically, but she has shared a video for us that you are going to very much enjoy. Professor Tanya Hernandez and Professor Nodia Mena. Today is a day of celebration and a time to reflect on historical silences. This year, we took great inspiration from the 27th installment of the series, Time Longer Than Rope. I don't know if we have the image. There it is. These are three women from Guadeloupe who entered the United States from Ellis Island, and Dr. Price was really excited to tell me all about finding this image. That installment of the program highlighted what was then called the Black Atlantic, a term that is used to describe the spread and transformation of African cultures across the Americas as they actively blended with and altered their European and indigenous counterparts. The speakers for that day emphasized historical memory and its role in shaping the new identities of Black people across the diaspora. And as he began the day with us, Dr. Price, the series founder, or one of its founders, posed several questions. How, he asked, do we remember transformative events in our lives, or for that matter, in the lives of our forebears? Are our memories selective? And why do some of our fellow citizens urge that we forget certain elements of the past? In preparing for today, I've been really struck by the sustained relevance of these questions, especially now as many Black communities consider how we might remember our place in the diaspora. And so this series resists broader national efforts to erase or forget, as we've heard earlier. Here we hope to extend the conversation begun in 2007 by focusing on Afro-Latinos and asking an additional set of questions. How do we face the challenge of remembering the past while living, as we do right now, at a time of persistent and willful public and political attempts to urge historical forgetting? How can we begin to honestly address the embodied memories of anti-Black and anti-Indigenous feeling throughout the American world? And can we make room for a more expansive understanding of Black people in a nation that is desperately clinging to a limited racial scale? Each of our scholars today is helping to drive conversations that indicate the ways in which Black histories across the Americas defy simple and narrow interpretations of race and ethnicity. Their work also challenges us to think about the impacts of global racial constructions on our communities. And while the terms Latin, Latino, Latina, Latine, Latinx, or Latinidad, or Latinness are complicated and they are problematic, what we'll hear today undermines the idea that Blackness and Latinness are incompatible. You can absolutely be both. Paying tribute to our plurality, today's thematic is deeply informed by the incredible history of the Garifuna, an Afro-Indigenous people whose history, former enslavement, and movement across the Americas bridges the distance between West Indian, as some of us still refer to ourselves, Indigenous, and Latino histories. The legacy of Garifuna resilience affirms our connections across the Black diaspora and reinforces la fuerza, or the strength, the power, and the resilience of our collective voice and memory. This series is also inspired by Afrodescendientes, or African descendants throughout the Americas, whose insistence on visibility and cultural preservation still resounds. When we started our day, you heard one example of this in the discussion of one of my favorite poets, Afro-Peruana Victoria Santa Cruz. Her poetry, playwriting, and dedication to Afro-Peruvian traditional dance continues to lay the groundwork for resisting exclusion and erasure throughout South and Central America.
In Cruz's most celebrated poem, and you heard a portion of that, Me gritaron negra, or They shouted black at me, she speaks to her audience of what it feels like to be othered in your own land, to be identified solely by race and not by character or even by your name. And yet she also points out that this cultural practice of racializing people of African descent can be the beginning of our own self-affirmation and self-love. Cruz's poem invokes a memory I have of an episode from my early teenage years. Y'all know I love a good personal story. You're only gonna get a little bit. And here I'm just gonna share a little of that. This is for my Gear Up family. Hey y'all, I see y'all back there. Y'all not gonna speak to me today? There you are. You don't have to be well behaved for me. I will love you anyways. And I'm sharing this story because sometimes other people's, I call it raggediness, but mean-spiritedness, or their mean-spirited comments or ideas about you can help you see the good in your own complexity. And I hope that this does a little bit for you. So I entered high school as one of about 7 Black students in my freshman class. And in one of my class periods, I became friends with a girl who was born in Guyana. And because my culture and hers is so similar, we became fast friends. And every day we sat together and we giggled a lot more than we concentrated on our work. Don't do that. We enjoyed conversations day after day, and during one of the conversations in one period of I don't remember when it was, another student walked over and she, addressing me alone as the Black student with what she perceived as an Indian student, she said, "Lacey, your family's from another country?" And without giving me the opportunity to respond, she followed up with, "So what are you?" Those what are you questions, y'all. And again, without giving me the opportunity to respond, she concluded, "I thought you were just regular Black." Now, this, I'm going to admit to you all, was a kind of triumphant moment for me, but also a confusing moment because I was actually aiming for regular Black. In most cases, and I know somebody in here can identify with me, I really worried about having to explain to non-Black students that not all Black people are the same. And yet, as my classmate indicated in her final conclusion, complexity simply wasn't an option for those of us perceived to be racially Black. Many of us walk through our communities under the umbrella of Black or African American without the opportunity or space to explore our ethnic diversity. And those of us in the know may be so tired of the void that we have embraced more recent definitions of our identities as Blackity Black, or Black mixed with Black, or Black mixed with shea butter, cocoa butter, mango butter, intelligence, melanin, pride, beauty, all the things that are on the ET t-shirts. Buy them and support Black business. But the void is still there if we don't do the work of remembering and bridging, of connecting with our heritage in Africa and across the Americas, and making room for difficult conversations in all of our languages. As you learn with us throughout today, we hope that you'll acquire some of the tools needed to challenge the colorism, prejudice, anti-Black sentiment, and all the other negative things that are in our communities and rooted in colonial oppression. Today is a close inspection of our memory. It is a reminder that our celebration of mixture or references to it are not enough to do the full work of liberation. And it offers us an opportunity to consider or reconsider U.S. Black American history as a generational resource for space making, not just for those of us narrowly defined as Afro-Americans or regular Black, but for us all. And so, as is customary for this series, we invite you to learn with us and to think with our brilliant scholars, and we strongly urge you to continue this process in your families and in your communities, because now is always the best time to do the work. Thank you.
Professor Tanya Hernandez is the Archibald R. Murray Professor of Law at Fordham University School of Law. She is an internationally recognized and published comparative race law expert and Fulbright scholar whose work interrogates issues of racial bias and injustice in politics, economics, and public policy. Through her writing, teaching, and public engagement, Professor Hernandez lays the groundwork for honest and urgent conversations about anti-Black bias in Black and Brown communities and across the Americas. Join me in welcoming Professor Tanya Hernandez.
Muchas gracias, obrigado, merci bien. Now that I've expressed myself in all the languages of the colonizers that I know, I want to thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a very special moment. I sort of credit Clem Price and Rutgers as sort of very formative to my identity that I have now as a scholar activist. This is where I went to baby boot camp, so to speak, to have that happen. I met Clem when I was newly entering into law teaching, and I was teaching just across campus, here at the Newark campus at the law school. And the law school, for those of you in contact, can tend to be a siloed space. We just talk to other lawyers, we don't really get out the building too much, but we have exceptions and very important exceptions that are part of the Rutgers community and Newark more broadly. But first, what Clem did was said, come out of the law school, come to the Africana Studies, Christmas party, holiday party. I'm like, oh, okay. Did I come over to the party? Then it's like, I'm having a little gathering in my house. Come to my house, meet my wife. I said, okay. Then the next thing I know is, we are searching for a new chair of the Africana Studies Department. Maybe you should come join the committee. I said, but I'm at the law school. But you do race, don't you? I'm like, well, yes. Well, come on and do that. I said, okay. To be part of the work of the fellowship was just incredible to me. And then, he said, we got this mandate to train the New Jersey State Troopers. They're in a consent decree to do better. Why don't you come help develop the curriculum? I'm like, I'm writing law review articles. Will you come do this too? I said, okay. And so, I tried to do my best. I was a little disheartened where I saw that some of the troopers thought that we were trying to train them to be more sensitive and culturally aware in their racial profiling. But, we do what we can where we can. So putting all that together is just simply to say that he took me out of the ivory tower, he put me to work, and he really showed me how to grow up and be part of a collective and not just sort of alone. And to think of my scholarship as being part of the world. And to that, I give great thanks. So I believe, well, let me hold off a second before I get, well, why not? Let's jump right into it. Oh, no, that's too early. There we go. Hold on now. So up there on the screen, no, it's not Hispanic Heritage Month, though some could say that, Black History Month is also Hispanic Heritage Month. But be that as it may, during September 15th to October 15th, this is not the typical image that you see circulating, right? And I know that the contrast can be a little odd, but all those people up there are blackity black. And they're not the ones who are usually the image bearers for Latinidad. So what I want to do is to talk to you about the ways in which sort of exploring this Latino complicity and complexity regarding Blackness can be very useful and productive, more generally speaking. Right? As a multi-hued ethnic group, Latinos, and I just use the O because that's kind of like what this old mouth grew up saying, but not because I have a particular political agenda by it. So meaning, you can talk to me in the X, the A, the I, the slash, the O, and it's all good. Right? So as a multi-hued ethnic group, Latinos are often viewed as free of racism, or at the very least, its most exclusionary forms. But yet, examining how anti-Blackness still does manage to manifest itself amongst the racially mixed rainbow of Latinos is a very powerful illustration of how people of color themselves can fortify racism. And what I want to be very clear about, too, is that what I'm about to sort of engage in this kind of troublesome way of going in is that I'm not just talking, because people often automatically think I'm here to talk about Latinos versus African Americans. Boom. And I'm here to talk about Latino anti-Blackness, which encompasses, yes, African Americans and Afro-Latinos, and what we used to call West Indians, right? And the entirety of the African diaspora and Africans themselves. Okay, so it's a bigger picture than what people often think I'm trying to reduce it to. Okay, so the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol included several Latino members of the white supremacist group, the Proud Boys, and their chairman, Cuban-American Enrique Tarrio. Just as the white supremacist violence in Charlottesville back in 2017 also included Latino attackers. The Southern Poverty Law Center has noticed that there is an increasing trend of Latinos joining white supremacist hate groups. The racial violence, though, is also evident amongst white Latino law enforcement members. I'll just step back for 1 second here. Oftentimes when we lift up the names and the memories of those who have been harmed by law enforcement anti-Black violence, we lift up the names Sandra Bland, but yet we don't connect up the way in which that was white supremacy spoken in Spanish. Right? Same the name Philando Castile, also lifted up in our memories, right? But we don't connect up the way in which it was a Latino law enforcement officer. Right? And not only is this racial violence evident amongst white Latino law enforcement members, it is also evident amongst Latino opponents to hashtag Black Lives Matter. And yet Latino white supremacists are not the only problem. Anti-Blackness is also amongst Latino communities against Afro-Latinos, African Americans, and other people of African descent in a myriad of contexts, such as the workplace, the rental and purchase of homes, educational settings, public spaces of leisure, and the criminal justice system. Examining Latino agency in anti-Blackness helps us to better understand the complexities of racism and what is needed to be more effective in an increasingly racially diverse world. But before I discuss how Latino anti-Black bias surfaces in anti-discrimination spaces, what are supposed to be equality spaces in the U.S., I think it would be helpful if I first explain, just for a moment, the origins of Latino anti-Black bias. Historians, y'all that are in the room know better than I, but from y'all I have learned, right? Depending how you do the numbers, right? It is estimated that at least 90%, right, of the approximately 10.7 million enslaved Africans that survived the Middle Passage and were forcibly brought to the Americas were taken to Latin America and the Caribbean, of all linguistic backgrounds, right? 90%. Where it is estimated that only 3.5 to 6% were brought to what we now call the United States. Today, there are approximately 150 million people of African descent in Latin America, representing 1/3 of the total population. But that is a very conservative demographic figure, given the histories of undercounting people on the census who are Black. And sometimes completely omitting a race ethnicity question to be able to keep your eye on the ball about the ways in which there's racial disparity on a racial continuum of hierarchy. At the same time, given those estimates, African people make up more than 40% of the poor in Latin America and have been consistently marginalized and denigrated as undesirable elements of the society since the abolition of slavery across the Americas. Yet the view that racism does not exist is pervasive across the region, despite the advent of social justice movements and social science researchers demonstrating the contrary. So, for example, when the BBC surveyed Latin Americans regarding the existence of racism, a significant number of people who responded emphatically denied it. Many said things like, well, we're not racist, we are mixed, so we don't have racism. So the denial of racism is rooted in what many scholars have critiqued as the myth of racial democracy. That is, the notion that racial mixture mestizaje, mestizaging, right, in a society and a population is itself emblematic of racial harmony that is insulated from racial discord and inequality. Academic scholarship in at least the last 30 years or more, right, has critiqued this Latin American racial mixture, mestizaje theory of racial harmony, yet Latin Americans themselves still very much adhere to the notion that racial mixture and the absence of Jim Crow racial segregation are such a marked contrast to the U.S. history that the region views itself as what I call racially innocent. In part, the absence of a critique of the comparisons to Jim Crow U.S. and legal regulation in Latin America has enabled this racial innocence stance to remain. This earlier book, Racial Subordination, is the attempt to provide that legal critique. In short, the book is about the ways in which the Latin American denial of racism, operating in conjunction with the notion that true racism can only be found in the racial segregation of the U.S. So this frozen picture of the U.S., both in time and regionally. It's just about the South. It's just about 1940s. Right? That comparison veils the actual manifestations of racism in Latin America that looks a lot like the North across time in the U.S. The book argues that an examination of the role of the state after the abolition of slavery in regulating race through immigration law and customary law disrupts this picture of Latin America as racially innocent. It also assesses the ways in which the contemporary anti-discrimination legal structures are seeking to eradicate the legacy of racial inequality wrought by the historic racism of the past. All of which is to say that the legacy of slavery is just as relevant to Latin America as it is to the U.S., meaning that when we think about slavery, it is a Latin American story, right? As much as it is a U.S. story. So when people from Latin America and the Caribbean migrate to the United States, they bring along their racialized baggage with them, right? Not just the food, not just the music, not just the dance, right? They bring along their racial attitudes as well and transmit that across generations into U.S. Latino culture. Right? So if we think of culture as being about music and dance, etc., and that you could not be born in Colombia but still be Colombiana in identity in the U.S., that means you could also take along your foremothers' racial attitudes from Colombia here in the United States. This book, Racial Innocence, Unmasking Latino Anti-Black Bias, right, delves into, right, the ways in which anti-Black racism that arises outside of the unfortunate familiar U.S. frame of Anglo-white English-speaking versus African-American English-speaking racialized context can be very mystifying for people in the U.S. This is in part because U.S. Blackness is primarily conceived of as embodied solely by English-speaking African Americans, with an occasional sort of recognition of the ways in which there are others, right, across the diaspora, also present in the U.S., of African ancestry. In turn, anti-Blackness is understood as uniquely U.S. phenomena affecting those English-speaking African Americans, right, with, again, occasional recognition of other populations. Civil rights leaders are also seemingly reticent to air the dirty laundry of bias that exists within communities of color, lest it distract from the real racism of white supremacy. Sorry for the politicos in the room. I don't know if any of y'all in here, but okay. However, all the while, Afro-Latinos and African Americans and others suffer from acts of discrimination at the hands of Latinos who claim that their racially mixed cultures immunize them from being racist. This is what I term the Latino racial innocence cloak that veils Latino complicity in U.S. racism. In turn, the public ignorance about Latino anti-Blackness undermines the ability to fully address the interwoven complexities of U.S. racism in developing public policies and enforcing anti-discrimination law. Judges and the rest of society need to learn that Latinos can be racist too. My objective in the book and otherwise is to try to aid those who care about the pursuit of racial equality by providing a more expansive view of the greater swath of the population that is harmed by anti-Black bias and how. I focus on how anti-Blackness is manifested in Latino communities against the Afro-Latinos and African Americans and many others of African descent in a whole host of contexts. So we talk about the workplace, talk about the ways in which it shows up in schools, how it shows up in places of public leisure like the club, hotels, restaurants, etc., and the criminal in/justice system. By contributing the missing piece of Latino agency to an understanding of complexities of racism, social justice actors, and all of us who care about this, will be better positioned to be more effective in this increasingly racially diverse world. In the book, I excavate the otherwise silenced voices of Afro-Latino and African-American victims of Latino anti-Blackness, first from the case files. I am a lawyer. From the case file of discrimination charges. In examining why, because this is where the language of anti-discrimination speaks. Right? That is to say, Latinos may not want to deal with these issues, but when they feel harmed enough and come into court and to present their claims, they finally have a language and a grammar, albeit in English, right, to express how they feel they've been harmed. Okay. The first thing that becomes apparent are two central patterns in these claims. First, Latino anti-Blackness is much more prevalent and serious in its consequences than many commentators in politics and media care to admit. In other words, as harmful as the fights over hair texture and phenotype, etc., as an aesthetic matter are concerned, right? So meaning, I have to say I'm still thinking about my grandmother policing me in my hair, and I'm somewhat conflicted about showing up here with my silk press with y'all today. But, you know, be that as it may, it also is not just about aesthetics, it's about the material consequences of racial subordination. Second pattern that shows up is that the ability to identify and address Latino anti-Blackness is hampered by the notion that Latinos cannot be prejudiced simply by virtue of being Latino. It's for this reason that the tales, the stories of Latino anti-Black discrimination recounted in court cases are so important, inasmuch as they help to disrupt the Latino myth of racial innocence and clarify Latino agency in racism. The interrogation of this pseudo-defense of Latinos cannot be prejudiced is especially illuminating for legal enforcement of anti-discrimination law. Let me give you two little examples. When Eddie Frazier, an African-American man, wanted to rent an apartment in the suburban Long Island community of Smithtown, New York, it was a Latino homeowner who refused to consider his application. The Latino landlord instead chose to wait 3 more months for a non-Black applicant to surface. Yet a jury, well, and any landlords in the room know, 3 months, no rent roll? You know, that's risking you paying the mortgage. I mean, it is, in other words, a financial sacrifice to your own self-interest. Well, financial self-interest. Maybe other interests like racial superiority, right, are being played out here. Okay. Yet a jury was persuaded that no racial discrimination had occurred due to the fact that the owner was a Brazilian who denied harboring racial bias because, though she looked white, she said she was mixed race and that many of her relatives, not me, mind you, but many of my relatives, right, had Black or Indian ancestry. Juries, though, are not alone in being misled about Latino agency and racism. I'll give you another example. Case of Maxine Sprott. Maxine Sprott, another African-American woman who worked as a deputy director for the New York City Housing Authority Office of Equal Opportunity, what on the other side of the river we call NYCHA, that is the PJs, the projects, right? She's working as an administrator in that system. She alleged that her Latina supervisor, Rosalind Reyes, had harassed her with derogatory comments about her work performance, despite the fact that Maxine was typically receiving positive performance evaluations. Very good, good, etc. But each time she got a positive performance evaluation, Director Reyes would then follow up with commentary about her lack of leadership skills in her role as a deputy director. She also harassed her about her timesheets. The T's weren't crossed, the I's weren't dotted, and excluded Maxine from various office functions and meetings. When Maxine could no longer withstand this sort of onslaught of racial harassment, she files a claim with the general manager of NYCHA, right, following the chain of command. Exactly 3 days after she files her claim, Reyes then submits a performance evaluation that for the first time evaluated Maxine as marginal. And as a result, she's denied a managerial merit salary increase. It was then another Latino NYCHA official, the chairman, Ruben Franco, that informed Maxine that she was being transferred to another office where her material responsibilities were diminished, and she was being moved from a well-furnished private office into a cubicle. Y'all know that that's a demotion. They may not call it that, but when you can no longer have a private telephone call with the door closed, right, or eat your lunch in peace, and you're out there in an open floor plan, that is a demotion. Right? Only when Maxine filed suit in court was she then able to reach a settlement agreement with NYCHA and receive financial compensation. Now here's where I want to bring together this concern. While any number of factors may have influenced Maxine and her attorney to talk to her about settling the case rather than moving forward with a jury trial, one very significant factor could very well have been the great significance that the judge, remember, I'm comparing a jury now to a judge, the judge placed upon office Latino racial diversity as a mitigating a claim of discrimination. For the judge, it was immaterial that when Chairman Franco transferred Maxine to her cubicle in her effectively lesser position, at the same time as he was terminating 2 other African-American women in the office as part of his reorganization plan, that this was not very important to the judge. Instead, the judge concluded that these facts fail to raise an inference of discrimination because the new director is a Hispanic woman. The remaining staff is comprised of 24 Hispanics, 23 African Americans, 9 Caucasians, and 1 person categorized as other. Thus, the judge equates a Latino-dominant workplace and the supervisor's Hispanic status great power to circumvent racism. Here and then is the judicial presumption that Latino co-workers cannot be bearers of racism. A corollary of the judicial presumption that Latino co-workers cannot be bearers of racism is a judicial notion that all Latino places of origin are racial equivalents. Oh, ¿qué pasó aquí? Okay, here we are. The case of Arrocha versus CUNY provides a useful illustration. Jose Arrocha, a self-identified and proud Afro-Panamanian tutor of Spanish, sued his university employer for failure to renew his appointment as an adjunct instructor. Jose alleged that the Latinos who directed the department where he worked, it is a Spanish language department after all, discriminated against what he called Black Hispanics, and that there was a disturbing culture of favoritism that favored the appointments of white Cubans, Spaniards, and white Hispanics from South America. Yet the court dismissed his claims, he doesn't get to go to a jury, right? Because there, in my view, was not an understanding by the judge of the ways in which a color hierarchy informs the ways in which Latinos experience racism and ethnic origin from other Latinos, who are not a harmonious pan-ethnic grouping. The dismissal of the case by the judge was justified based on the fact that 5 of the 8, right, so a little bit more than half, of the adjunct instructors that were reappointed instead of Jose were natives of other South or Central American countries, such as Argentina, Peru, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic. The judge explicitly stated in the opinion that Latino diversity in an employer's staff undercuts an inference of discriminatory intent, which is nothing from actual law, not statutory law, not case law. This is just the judge's intuitive riff, as if we were in a moment of jazz, on what it means to have Latinos be the ones who are being accused of the racism. Right? It can't be the same as regular racism, so let me, intuit my way through this. Okay. So instead, the judge infers this non-discrimination, right, from the presumption that Latino ethnic subgroups are interchangeable and homogeneous. This perspective fails to appreciate the ways in which internal Latino ethnic origin bias is rooted in a racialized hierarchy of Latin American countries, where countries perceived or touted as European or more European are viewed as more advanced than those more significantly populated with people of indigenous descent and African descent. So in this, let's go back to that list of countries that the judge found. Yeah, this is all the same, so it couldn't have been about discrimination because we already hired some of y'all. So not hiring you wasn't about that. Right? Okay. Here's the list. They're all the same. Latin American constructs would rank Argentina first as a perceived a highly valued white country. We got black people there too, but okay. This is all about the stereotypes. Followed by Peru and Mexico with the view that it's a more indigenous population. We got black people there too. And most derided would be the Dominican Republic and the plaintiff's own country of origin, Panama, because of their dominance or perceived dominance, right, of people of African descent. But for Latinos, influenced by Latin American racial paradigms, where each country has a racial identifier, a diverse workforce of Latinos is not the immediate equivalent of a bias-free context, nor is a color preference divorced from a racialized ideology within the Latino context. However, Latino anti-Black bias shows up not only as an expression of individual Latino racial attitudes, but also in systemic structures of intentional exclusion. I am a critical race theorist after all. It's the last case I'll share with y'all. In this case, Latino employees of a Chicago, I go all over the country in the book, right? Latino employees of a Chicago-based nationwide job placement agency described how their Latino supervisors trained them to exclude African American applicants from job placements in favor of Latino applicants. I suppose of any appearance, but here we go. They were instructed to automatically reject African American applicants because of the stereotype that they were not capable of working as hard as Latinos. The stereotype by Latinos of this. The lawsuit details how the dispatchers who nevertheless dissented and sent African American job seekers to a company would later be reprimanded by their Latino bosses for doing so and threatened with termination. The placement agency would start the day by separating out the Hispanic job applicants from the African Americans. Little Jim Crow system right there in middle Chicago. They would then enter the Hispanic applicants' contact information into a database so they could be easily reached when jobs opened up. African Americans rarely received that same treatment. Instead, Black applicants were usually instructed to go to some office to wait in person at dawn for an assignment that rarely ever arrived. One agency dispatcher testified as follows. If it was 10 Mexicans that would come at 1:30 p.m. and 25 African Americans that were there since 4:30 a.m. and were waiting and willing to be sent to work, the agency would send the Mexicans first. This Latino-run employment agency effectively ensured a secondary racial caste system of Latinos over Black in the already segregated Chicago area labor market that privileges Anglo-whiteness. So, to wrap up, I'd like to address a concern that I often hear that people of color cannot be racist because they do not have power. When Latinos, and other people of color for that matter, are active participants in the denial of access to an important life opportunity, a home, a job, an unimpeded education, fairness in the criminal justice system, and entrance into public spaces based on race, they are no longer just passive holders of an anti-Black cultural prejudice. They are a part of the problem of racism. Now, thank you. I don't think I've ever been clapped for that before, but anyway. I got a lot of hate mail said. Anyway. Certainly none of the victims of anti-Black bias and the narratives of discrimination that I examined in my research would be placated with the disclaimer, your experience is not an example of racism because Latinos don't have the systemic power to be racist in the white Anglo-created structures of white supremacy. One can immediately imagine such a victim replying, oh yeah, that so-called non-racist Latino is the one who oppressed me for being Black. They have their foot on my neck. A Latino claim of racial innocence in the racist world white Anglos created in the US is a very thin reed of moral superiority when a Latino hand is the one that is forcefully slamming the door shut to Black inclusion. So the book is more, though, than just a call for recognizing that Latinos can be racist. Two, rather, it is an entreaty for all future interventions into matters of racism to critically engage how Latinos and many others collaborate and sustain structures of racism. By recognizing that we, Latinos, are part of the problem, interventions can also address us as part of the solution. Judges and juries can be taught to desist from being distracted by the claim that I can't be racist, I'm Latino, as a pseudo-defensive accusations of racism. In short, dismantling racism in the US requires that every component of its structures be taken apart, even the ones articulated en español. We do this by becoming racially literate about Latino anti-Blackness and engaging in meaningful coalition work. Got a little examples for you up there. Nationwide, LA, Boston, I think. Oh, and that's it, okay. So I wasn't sure, did y'all want me to take questions or are we just running a quick timetable? I'm not allowed to talk to the audience? I am. Okay, I'm allowed to talk to y'all. Or you talk to me. I do want to just point out that often when I do share public spaces, other than when I'm like at a law school, the Q&A is not the typical like, well, you know, in footnote 2, you said and that, you know, you didn't cite my work or whatever. And instead it turns to more like church where people want to testify about how the issues touch them or what they've observed and how it resonates, or just simply that for the very first time they feel like they're hearing and seeing their own experiences being lifted up in ways that they hadn't before. So that's welcome too, however you want to use the space. Lacey's saying, oh, no, that should be quick. So if you do want to testify, it's got to be short. Got to be short. No questions. Okay, y'all. We're going to move it along. Thank you very much. I was just following my boss, what my boss had to say, but I'm listening. Here's what's interesting. And for those of you who are couldn't hear across the room, it was whether I had also researched the way in which these patterns also surface within the LGBTQIA community, right? And here's what's interesting about the intersectional dive into all of this work is that the intersections matter, but the intersections always show the ways in which the patterns still prevail. So I'll give one short example. Right? often it is said that, oh, well, you know, the queer community is so much more embracing across race. You know, you see many more interracial couples. It's just so lovely, etc. Right? And here is what is sort of fascinating when you put the eye of empirics, right, the numbers, to it. This is the value of the quants that kind of collaborate with the rest of us, right? Online dating, the site of where young people, you know, more or less, get together. Right? And this also sort of speaks to, I see my timer, the way in which this is also a cross-generational issue, because often, this wasn't part of your question, but I'm gonna add it onto it, the idea of, oh, you know, when the abuelitas and the abuelitos, the old timers, kind of like, you know, release their reins of dominance on us, then the young people who are woke and whatnot, we will take over, and we will no longer have any anti-blackness within the Latino community. Oh yeah, let's take a look at your online dating patterns. Right? What it shows is that Anglo whites, maybe not so surprising, you know, systematically disinclined to be matched up, right, with anybody who's black, right, that they have high rates of that. But Latinos, and here the studies do it just Latino. They don't disaggregate racial identity. So gets back to why that's important. And within that, they find that Latinos closely proximate, close behind white Anglos of rejecting possible black matches. The love of their life could be there, their soulmate could be there, but no. They disregard those, right? Now, if we'd had another intersectional dive and pulled out the racial identity, consider whether or not the Latino rejection rate of blacks would be even higher if it was, how do white Latinos do this versus Afro-Latinos? Because I think the Afro-Latino number is sort of bringing up down the mean. Talk a little stat stuff for a moment. In any case, now, direct to the question about queer identity. Those same patterns of exclusion of potential black mates across queer identity as well in these studies. Now, that's not the end-all and be-all, but I just will use it as one small example about the ways in which I often, in the Latino community, and met with, but no, you didn't think about this, and you didn't think about that, and no, it's you know, oh, well, maybe in, like, you know, Miami with the Cubans, but not here in Newark. We have, you know, oh, the Ironbound, and, but, you know, blah, 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 blah. Right? It's always someplace else. It's never right where we live, right? And this is why I supplement in the book, not just the case narratives, because, you know, how many people actually have it in them to, like, go to court and file claims. That's a small sliver of the universe. Things got to get really bad before you want to go take on that extra burden, okay? I also supplement it with interviews, right? So that I'm able to, like, tell a more fulsome story, right? Of those people who are like, no, I can't be bothered filing a case, but let me tell you what happened, right? And what that shows is that despite all the ways in which we always think it's someplace else or not right here, it is right here. Right? But the good news about that, right, the good news about that is that we can also then be right here in doing the work of making it better and transforming it. Right? So many people were like, I got all these phone calls, this is, I guess, was not 2 years ago, when Nuri Martinez, a member of the LA City Council, was caught in Los Angeles saying some really foul anti-black things on an audio tape that she was secretly. And part of the question was like, but how can this be? Well, you know, I thought we were all in this together. Da, da, da. Or then the real other side of the, oh yeah, I always knew that those Latinos were lying and they weren't really down with us. And you know, and you know, people reacting in a from a very emotional space. However, Nuri's not all Latinos, just like, you know, Ku Klux Klan members are not all white people in the United States, right? But we need to pay attention to all those patterns in order to be better able to kind of get together with the folks who truly are in a sincere fellowship and community with us. Right? And the more that, as the Census Bureau says, the number of non-Hispanic whites is declining, although they play funny with the numbers, but invite me back for that and we can talk census talk. If those numbers are declining, but racial anti-blackness remains, then that means we need to be looking around a little bit more broadly. It's not just about the declining number of white-identified non-Hispanic whites. It's a mouthful, but there you go. Okay, thank you very much.
Professor Lorgia Garcia Peña is a scholar of Black Latinx Studies at the Efron Center for the Study of America and the Department of African American Studies at Princeton University. She is a writer, activist, and one of the leading voices in the call to highlight and celebrate the contributions of marginalized Black and Brown undocumented communities. Professor Garcia Peña is also the co-founder of Freedom University, Georgia, a school that provides college instruction to undocumented students. Her scholarship and activism span the intersections of colonialism, slavery, race, xenophobia, and migration. Please welcome Professor Lorgia Garcia Peña.
Good morning, everyone. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be with you today. I'm saddened that I cannot be there in person as I would have wanted, but I am there in spirit with you, and I am very excited for the kinds of important conversations that you will be having today. I want to thank you all for listening. I want to especially thank Drs. Lacey Hunter and Jack Shen for the kind invitation, and the staff at the center who made it possible for me to participate and for all of us to be here today. The biggest challenge of being a scholar of Black Latinidad is the huge task of having to fill hundreds of years of silenced history and social processes into a few minutes. I tell you this because what I'm about to share with you is only a mini introduction, which is in no way an all-encompassing history, as that would take many lectures and many meetings, but rather it is a conversation starter, if you will, which I hope will continue beyond today. What I will do then is provide an overview of Black Latinidad, which I will ground for us in the Dominican experience, Dominicanidad or Dominicanness, and more specifically Dominican Blackness being in this case an example for our larger conversation. I'm a big fan of going as specific to talk about larger processes. So for the purpose of our time today, I want to frame my intervention around three premises, which I hope if you live with nothing else today, you will live with these three thoughts. Number one, anti-immigrant racism and anti-Blackness are connected through the same colonial history. That means that to dismantle both, we need to understand their common roots. Number two, the quote-unquote Latin root in Latinidad or Latino, Latina, Latinx came to exist as a unifying principle, identity, and regional political alliance against colonialism and empire. And understanding that history can give us both a context of what the true historical meaning of the term is as an anti-colonial, geopolitical, cultural label, if you will. But it also tells us that just as Blackness in the US, Latinidad is the product of US colonial exploitation of people based on white supremacy. In other words, Latinidad emerges as a label in contradistinction to Anglo-whiteness. And number three, to combat racism and anti-Blackness, we need to reclaim Latinidad as an anti-colonial project that is decisively grounded on Black liberation. And I will get a little bit to that history during the second part of my talk. Now, in the wake of the murder of George Floyd in 2020, we saw a sort of awakening of public conversations around anti-Blackness in the Latino community, as incidents like the march against looting in Washington Heights, that some of you might remember, took place. For some who had the privilege of not having to think about anti-Blackness in their everyday life, this was a new conversation. However, for those of us who identified as both Black and Latinx or Latino, this has been the conversation for many, many years and generations. In this context, the Dominican Republic too resurfaced as a site of anti-Blackness, as anti-Haitian, and as Dominicans as people who deny their Black roots. Now, Dominican Blackness is very much linked to the political and economic realities of the nation in relationship to the history and persistence of colonial and imperial impositions. Think about Spain and the United States as sort of key figures in the processes of shaping a lot of Latin American countries. Analyzed outside of the complicated historical context that engendered it, Blackness in the Dominican Republic can become a slippery concept. So the critic of Dominican Blackness, therefore, runs the risk of staying in the surface and missing the point. For those of us who are Dominican and who have been thinking about anti-Blackness and anti-Haitian discourse in our history and our communities, this assertion of Dominicanidad was also not new. So I'm not here to state the obvious that there is anti-Blackness in Latinidad, but rather to help us think about the historical legacies and experiences that made it so, and to propose another way of thinking beyond the colonial imaginary of white supremacy and anti-Blackness. I want to start with an abridged colonial history. What is now the Dominican Republic, as many of you know, shares the island of Haiti with the country of Haiti. How that came to be is yet another colonial history. French and Spanish over in Europe sat around a table as if playing Monopoly, discussing how to partition their possessions, that is, how the land they dispossessed from native peoples should be divided in order to secure their own peace and wealth. And please note that I'm, of course, oversimplifying here for the sake of time. So in the 18th century, through the Treaty of Aranjuez, the island was divided into French and Spanish colonies. The French occupying 1/3 of the western portion of the island and the Spanish 2/3 of the eastern portion of the island. That is now still how the two countries are divided. The French colony of Saint-Domingue, today Haiti, became the wealthiest in the Caribbean due to the massive exploitation of enslaved Africans for the production of sugar. Meanwhile, the eastern Spanish colony of Santo Domingo kind of dwindled as the Spanish conquest expanded over what are now the North, Central, and South American territories of what is Mexico, Colombia, Peru, and so on. So basically, the Spanish were like, oh, we found gold and silver over there, so never mind sugar. What that did was that it led to what is known as the depopulation or devastaciones of the colony, particularly in the countryside and the western side of the island of Haiti. Among the many unintended consequences of these depopulations, we can find the freedom by either release or rebellion of nearly 60% of the population of enslaved Africans working in the cattle industry in the northwest plains of Santo Domingo, and the subsequent increase in mestizaje or racial mixture among Black people, indigenous people, and whites, who took to the wilderness in armed resistance, never to return to their homes. The emergence of a racial language that challenged the Black and white binary of the colonial order and accounted for mixed race and for freedom also emerged. A lot of free Black people and other people of color who escaped to the mountains during this time gradually began to understand themselves as different from enslaved Black people in the neighboring Saint-Domingue, the French colony, not because of skin color, but because of their condition as free people. These free Black and mixed race communities eventually started to use other names and description to name their Blackness and to assert their difference from both the European colonizers and enslaved Africans. Interesting terms such as blancos de la tierra, which literally mean whites from the land, and moreno oscuro, or dark brown, emerged as a result of this socioeconomic phenomenon. I want to make a brief parenthesis here to note that these processes of enslavement and freedom and of racial identification and negotiation that I am describing all took place between 1519 and 1620. And one of the many challenges we face when thinking through Black Latinidad is that the central mode of these conversations tends to be U.S. Blackness, and the central date 1619, but in reality, Black Latinidad has a different history, marked by context and colonial experiences that differ in part from what was experienced in the British colonies of what is to now the United States. And such as the rules and legislations about miscegenation that granted freedom to mixed-race Black people, and the depopulation of the 17th century that I described before that created a de facto emancipation for a large number of Black people. Now, fast forward to independence in the 19th century, which is when most Latin American countries became independent, capitalizing on popular understanding of race and color that came from this colonial period, patriots of the Dominican independence drafted a project of the nation that was multiracial, multi-ethnic, naming in the Constitution the different labels that free people of color had used to name their Blackness since the 17th century depopulation process. Moreno, cobrizos, cruzados, blancos de la tierra, and so on. In one of the earliest attempts to articulate a multicultural and multi-ethnic national discourse, Dominicans sought to subvert the oppressiveness of the colonial legacy of racial hierarchies by proposing a quote-unquote unity of races. Now, though racial justice was far from a reality in the Americas, and particularly in the Dominican Republic, the main foundational fiction of the nation was based on mestizaje, or mixed race, racial unity, and the promise of racial equality. Within this historical framework, the word negro or Black was perpetually erased from Dominican racial vocabulary, for it signified slave. Something Dominicans by definition could not be, since the nation could not exist if not through abolition. A year after independence, in 1845, the United States sent a commission to assess whether the country was indeed fit for self-governance. The commission's result found that Dominicans were indeed equipped because the country was mixed race, quote unquote, and quote, not Black like Haiti. They actually said things like, oh, these people are white enough to govern themselves. Now, that logic, the narrative that mestizaje can save you from dealing with the almighty US empire, would of course make anyone pause. And Dominicans were not stupid. They drafted an ideology and a narrative about themselves that erased race and substituted colonial imposed racial categories with national categories. Words like negro, mulatto, mestizo were replaced with the all-encompassing Dominicano. To mention one race then became sort of anti-patriotic. And by the way, this model of nation without race was adopted in many other parts of Latin America. The myth of a colorblind citizenship and belonging was eventually fueled by cultural and political narratives of unity that whitewashed Dominicanidad and exalted Hispanic values and as intrinsic to the nation. Something similar happened in Mexico and Venezuela and in Central America later in the 19th century. In all these national projects, mestizaje, mixed race identity, became an effective erasure of Blackness. Eventually, in the Dominican Republic, what was first imagined as this inclusive, colorblind, racial mixture was later manipulated into an exclusive Dominicanidad at the hands of the European-educated Dominican intellectuals of the early 20th century, and especially during the dictatorship of Trujillo between 1930 and 1961. School curricula was standardized to reproduce a version of the nation's history that was shaped by white supremacist intellectuals and therefore promoted anti-Haitian xenophobia and anti-Blackness. Afro-Dominican religious and cultural practices were persecuted and banned, and in the most vicious example of xenophobia, over 20,000 Afro-Dominicans and ethnic Haitians were massacred in 1937. So Dominicans continue to imagine themselves as not non-white in the 20th century, being Black, that is, admitting one's relationship to colonial oppression and slavery, became incompatible with being Dominican. Now, I want to take a moment here to emphasize the significance of the US as an empire, both in the solidification of Dominicanidad as other than Black mestizo race, and in the articulation of Black Latinidad. The United States became independent from England, but did not end the colonial project. It severed its relationship to England, but kept the same structures of domination. White descendants of the British took over the governance of the land and of the people, and slavery continued to operate as the main source of labor. The US very quickly replaced England as the dominant empire and went on to invade territories and expand its domination. Let's just think about the expansion over the west of the country, what was the territory of Texas, for example, Alaska eventually, and so on and so on. Meanwhile, a revolution was taking place in the island of Santo Domingo. Haitians were fighting for their own freedom, and in the process, setting the standard for what independence should look like for the rest of the Americas. The first thing to do to end the colonial project was to abolish slavery and establish universal citizenship for all people, regardless of color. If you ask me what the model for American, thinking of the Americas, republicanism and citizenship, Haiti, not the US, was setting the example. Haiti becomes a republic that boldly declares its own Blackness in 1804, and as it did, revolutions exploded all over the Americas, with Simón Bolívar leading the way in South America. Now, instead of taking Haiti's lead, the United States proceeded to join Europe in bullying it, imposing a crippling embargo that to this date has submerged Haiti in international debt. While participating in a colonial project to squash Black freedom in the Americas via Haiti, the US began to assert its power throughout the region through policies of expansionism and through tactics of bullying that forced new republics to disavow Blackness if they wanted to survive, or else risk the fate of Haiti. And these are precisely the dynamics that I discuss in sharing the case of the Dominican Republic. As American nations were becoming independent, the concern that the US would invade and expand over their territories became bigger, and soon they began to talk to each other about creating a united front. In the Caribbean, men like Gregorio Luperón and a little later José Martí in Cuba began to draft manifestos that called for a Latinoamérica Unida, a united Latin America, in contradistinction with the Anglo-American superpower. So the idea of Latin really emerged as a contradiction to US empire. I want this to marinate there for a moment. The idea of a united identity, a united territory, a united ideology under the rubric of Latin America emerged in the 19th century as a weapon to protect themselves from United States colonial threat. And you might again ask, but what does that have to do with Blackness? And the answer again is everything. In 1865, the United States finally ends slavery. A country founded on the backs of enslaved people is now having to grapple with the possibility of colorblind citizenship, with the possibility of Black citizenship. As this is happening, the US is back on the expansion horse, and President Grant and others come up with a brilliant idea that what they can do to, quote unquote, include Black people in the project of citizenship is to expand the territory to the Caribbean and eventually to Central America and ship off Black Americans to the islands. And this, my friends, as absurd as it sounds, was a real argument and a proposition that was debated in Congress for several years and gained a lot of traction, even among prominent abolitionists, including Frederick Douglass. I argue that it is precisely in these tensions between US colonial expansion and Caribbean anti-colonial resistance that the idea of Latinidad, and more specifically of the quote-unquote Latin difference, came to be articulated, imagined, and deployed by both political sides of the equation as decisive and intrinsic to the Republican understanding of the relationship between race and citizenship in a post-emancipation Americas. For US Americans, Latinidad came to be imagined as a mark of underdevelopment at its best and as the potential sign of barbarism at its worst. Quote-unquote Latin people were defined through the US colonizing gaze as inherently weaker and unfit for self-governance. Racially, Latinos were seen as different kinds of Black and different kinds of white, as inferior forms of racialized subjects. And this narrative of difference was often used to justify intervention and expansion over the southern territories of the Americas under the veil of Pan-American cooperation. Expansionism believed the US carried the burden and the destiny to lead the Americas out of the quote-unquote darkness of barbarism. And it was thus the destiny of white Americans like President Grant and his followers to build and expand the empire, rescuing Latin American nations from their failures to self-govern. In the Caribbean, the idea of Latinidad was intrinsically shaped by a preoccupation with Blackness and Black citizenship in the face of US imperial expansion, in contradiction to the violence of slavery and the ever-present specter of European colonialism embodied in the white criollos who were leading the countries. And while over time Latinidad came to signify a predominantly mestizo and Hispanic ethno-race, in its conception, the idea of Latinidad was grounded on an understanding of a multiracial citizenship that included and centered Blackness. Caribbean national projects in Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, attempted to produce a racially inclusive citizenship that would guarantee national belonging to all people regardless of race. Latinidad, as imagined by Black Dominican General Gregorio Luperón in 1865, for example, was a concept grounded on emancipation and liberation, on the inclusion of Blackness into the national project of citizenship. For Cuban José Martí, decades later, Latinidad produced the possibility of substituting nation for race, of guaranteeing that all people, regardless of the color of their skin, would become one under the principles of justice, freedom, and patria. While from the benefit of hindsight, we know that these projects of colorblind citizenship did not succeed as they were unable to guarantee equality for all people in the face of colonialism and global capitalism. My purpose here is to think about Black citizenship through Latinidad, to hold those two concepts, Black and Latinidad, together, and then to examine their coming and going, their detours away and through each other. In so doing, I hope to remind us that Latinidad was grounded, imagined, founded, and thought of first through Blackness and through the possibility of Black freedom and Black citizenship in the Caribbean, regardless of how we choose to remember or use the term today. Now we have this complicated foundational history in the 19th century through which Latin American identity forms in contradistinction to US empire, in time and in the hands of white Latin American elite, which have always had the power. The way to propose that difference was to elevate Hispanicity, Spanish language, and the cultures and legacies of Spain as the unifying principle of Latinidad. So I always describe it as the 3 Fs, flamenco, flan, and fiestas. The Black roots of Latinidad, the ones that emerged in Haiti and the Caribbean, were slowly hidden and replaced by whitewashed mestizaje at the turn of the 20th century as the United States began to invade the territories first of Puerto Rico and Cuba and later through military interventions in Central America and the Caribbean. That distinction between the Latin and the Anglo-Americas was solidified in both the Latin American left and right as central to the project of Latinidad. As Latin American migration began to grow towards the United States, that distinction did not disappear. We brought our understanding of both race and identity with us to the United States. We come here as Dominicanos, Mexicanos, Peruanos, and only upon arrival do we recognize each other as Latinos, as having that colonial history and legacy in common. The other thing that we bring with us is the erasure of Blackness from our national identities. And let me clarify that this erasure not always means a lack of understanding of one's racialization or African ancestry, though it can. but rather an idea that our race, our raza, is somehow the same as our national or ethnic identity. We're not white, we're Latinos. We're not Black, we're Latinos. The narrative of mixed race identity is ingrained in our historical and cultural understanding of ourselves as a people. And it is what united us across national identities. Coming to the United States, a place that has a radically different racial formation process that is decidedly divided into two major categories, Black or white, is not only confusing for Latino people, it demands that we choose a side in which we do not see ourselves fitting and in which we might, quite frankly, not be welcomed because of, for many of us, despite the color of our skin, we continue to be racialized as immigrants. So that even when we might benefit from light skin privilege, we're discriminated against because of our ethnic background or immigrant status. And when we're dark skinned and we can be persecuted by both police and La Migra, we can be detained for driving while Black and then be deported. So that our historical intersections of double colonialities, experiencing the colonial exploitation of Europe and the United States, makes us exist in this hyphen, in this in-between worlds and identities that reinforce inadvertently the erasure of Blackness from Latinidad. So where do we go from here? First, I think the first lesson is to understand that Blackness and Latinidad are not mutually exclusive, but rather that in its origins, the process of Latinidad emerged as a project of inclusivity that centered Blackness, that was led by Black people in Latin America, and that was grounded on Black liberation. Second, then, we also need to understand that white supremacy is the product of colonialism and that therefore every colonized country operates through the logic of white supremacy. That is a hard pill to swallow, but it is the reality that has brought us to this moment. Regardless of how we look or what we look like and what our experiences have been, you, like I, have been formed through this logic of white supremacy. We have been brought up to believe that European features are more beautiful. We have been brought up to believe that philosophy, literature, history, knowledge in general comes from Europe. We have been brought up to believe that Blackness in Latin America is located in the Caribbean and Brazil, and therefore has nothing to do with Mexico or South America. We have been brought up to believe that there's a us versus them when it comes to Black lives and Black struggles in the United States, for we are perceived as foreign, and those are all lies. As long as we continue to believe those lies, we will lose. And number three, finally, we need to reclaim Blackness and indigeneity within Latinidad. We must center those experiences, learn them, claim them, speak them loudly and clearly until a time comes that when we say the word Latino, Latinx, Latine, what is summoned to people's mind is not the image of a white passing speaking, Spanish speaking person, but that of a Black or indigenous person. Until the history we summon through is that of the Haitian Revolution. Recentering Blackness means claiming the historical legacy that has been silenced, sacrificed to satisfy empire, to quiet the fears of the white elite. I think the time has come for us to reclaim Latinidad as what it was meant to be, as an anti-colonial project of unity and liberation that centers Blackness against colonialism and slavery. I thank you so much for listening.
Okay. All right. I know y'all are ready to get up and stretch and eat. So I just have two things to say. One, please remember, if you're a guest and you haven't already, you'll see these little placards at each of the registration tables. Please just remember to register your vehicle so that you can park in our parking lots. Better than being parked on the snowy street, right? And go downstairs and enjoy lunch. It is $12.50 right downstairs. So when you come out, you're just going to follow the stairs to your left. We have, my mama always says stew chicken, but this says chicken stew. Trinidadian stew chicken, barbecue ribs, spinach and chickpea casserole, pigeon peas and rice, sweet plantains, please save me a pan of those, salad and desserts and fountain drinks. So enjoy yourself, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m.
Hasta que hoy puedo decir, bendito sea Dios, que alguien me dijo negra para que yo comprendiera hoy que soy negra, pero no como ellos decían. que soy negra y que formo parte de ese mosaico que es el hombre negro, blanco, amarillo, rojo. Mientras el rojo, el blanco, el amarillo y el negro no se den cuenta que son uno solo, jamás podrán descubrir qué es el hombre.
Let's go!
We have to think about Blackness Afro-diasporically, but we also need to highlight the Afro-diasporic element within Latinidad.
We are the sons and daughters, el destino de mi gente, black, brown, beautiful.
Here in this country, to say you're proud to be black, to say you're proud to be an African descendant, to say you're proud to be Afro-descendiente comes with a lot.
We're all finding ourselves and having to confront our historical miseducation, as well as forging forward with a new reality.
Al fin, y avanzo segura. Al fin, avanzo y espero. Al fin, y bendigo al cielo porque quito Dios que negro azabache fuese mi color y ya comprendí. Al fin, ya tengo la llave. Negro, 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 negro.
As Jack told you, the day after MTW, as we call it, in a state of happy exhaustion, Clement and I would listen to the tapes, and Clement would call Giles many times, and together they would decide that this was the best MTW ever. Jack and Lacey and all of the Price Institute, you have not let us down. And you know, there's one way to determine that, and that's the fact that there are as many, if not more, people here this afternoon than this morning. Thank you. They also felt that the MTW audience was the best, and you are. Indeed, I imagine Clement and Giles right now standing off to the side to your left, right about over there. They never sat down, ever, all those years, near the monumental portrait of Paul Robeson that formerly hung in this room but is elsewhere in this wonderful building. Well, some people who share that memory and vision, of course, with us today from Petersburg, Virginia. I think Rose and Leonard Muse, with whom you've been, you get the award for attending from the farthest distance the most often. Thank you for being here. Even before there was an MTW lecture series, there was the Marion Thompson Wright Study Club, this group of young professionals fresh out of college, some working on their masters, some already teaching in Newark schools like Rose, who decided that they wanted to do something for the community, and they founded that study club, just as regular folks. A special word now about Nancy Cantor, Sherry Ann Butterfield, Peter Englot. How fortunate Clement was to spend the final years at his beloved Rutgers, Newark, in your company. You were fellow travelers in the best sense of the word, aiding and abetting each other in the service of our community. While neither Nancy nor Clement was born in Newark, they became the most passionate Newarkers. And to borrow Celeste Bateman's title, Gone Far Too Soon. We love you and we wish you well. This afternoon, we recognize, as was always the case, really recognizing those who work together with us, some very important voices from the nonprofit sector. I actually prefer our dear friend David Grant's locution, the social profit sector. For profit us it does. Those who labor in its vineyards introduce us to the natural world, bring us art in all of its myriad forms, humanities, social studies, civics, hopefully encouraging us to become better citizens, and in today's mission, history, teaching us to understand the past that shapes our future and hopefully again will lead us not to repeat but to Okay, we're going to rectify the mistakes of the past. I think everyone here is committed to that. So the first two awards are going to be presented by two very notable individuals in their own right who have devoted themselves to New Jersey history, Larry Green of Seton Hall University and the New Jersey Historical Commission, and its executive director, Sarah Curitin. So Larry and Sarah, you're on.
Is it working? Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, we had a great morning of presentations. What was amazing to me, of course, was our Jerome Jennings ensemble and Sherelle Johns. Listening to that, I just thought about that presentation encapsulates the African diaspora musically. And I know that James Weldon Johnson and Rosamond Johnson were applauding. Because in a way, it's an example of improvisation and showing that what a great piece that Lift Every Voice and Sing is, because it can be reworked with such amazing grace. So I would like to talk a little bit about the New Jersey Historical Commission's African American History Program, which Giles Wright founded. And now we have an excellent successor to him in Noelle Lorraine Williams. And I would encourage you to go to the New Jersey Historical Commission website, and in particular the Afro-American History webpage, and you'll see information on the Black Heritage Trail, which is setting the situation for and markers reflecting African-American history. And you may submit nominations to that and see what has been done thus far in that regard. Also, you know, the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution in New Jersey is coming forth, and the New Jersey Historical Commission has partnered with the Crossroads of the American Revolution. But the Afro-American History Program is also cooperating to make sure that that during this chronological period, this era of the Revolution, that the African American and indigenous peoples here in New Jersey, their role and their experience in this revolutionary period is also highlighted. So this is what we want to do. And of course, the work that Giles Wright did with the Underground Railroad in New Jersey, it continues. So please take a look at that. I would like to present the Mildred Barry Garvin Prize to Robert Finster, who is the social studies teacher at Hillsborough High School. He has put together, in his American history course, exceedingly well thought out positions and lessons with regard to the African American experience, programs that will focus on the 14th Amendment, how the 14th Amendment shaped Reconstruction and its non-implementation later killed the Reconstruction, but also how the 14th Amendment laid the legal foundations for the civil rights movement. He's also done work on slavery in New Jersey, and he has incorporated his students into the process of active research. One of the things that I found so interesting is that a student commented that this was the first time that he was able to do research on a person like me. And to see oneself in American history, in New Jersey history, is essential for people of African American and Latino heritage and indigenous people and Asian people to see your story there. So he has made history interesting. And when it is interesting, it becomes very informative. And it's a tool of recruitment. So I'd like to bring Robert Finster to the podium. And to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Dr. Green and the New Jersey Historical Commission. It is incredibly humbling to receive an award like this, especially in a setting like this, where this morning hearing there's so much more work to do. So many people are doing the work, and it is something that Larry kind of stole the words that I was thinking about. I didn't realize I was supposed to give any kind of comment, and I can talk for 45 minutes if you want me to, and I'm sensitive to the but it's like, uh-oh. And what I was thinking was that it's really important, culturally responsive teaching. That's the real CRT. Culturally responsive teaching is what matters. Our students need to see themselves in the curriculum, and they also need to see each other in the curriculum. And that's what we're all trying to, well, hopefully we're all trying to do. And I accept this award on behalf not only of myself, but all the teachers who are trying to do the same thing. Thank you very much.
And I'm Sarah Curitan from the Historical Commission, and I do want to also call out, as Larry did, Noelle Lorraine Williams. She's here, so she's doing a fantastic job leading our African American history program. So, Noelle. But it's my honor to present a second award that the Commission is bestowing this year. It is named in honor of Giles Wright, of whom you've already heard so much, but never enough today. He was an inspiration to me, and I know to so many of you. So this year's Giles Wright Award goes to Luna Stage, and I'm particularly excited that the award is going this year to an arts organization, because the importance the arts have, and in this case theater has, in deepening our understanding of the past cannot be overstated. So Luna Stage did receive a previous grant, which they used to collaborate with historians and playwrights to create a new play inspired by the story of the James Howe House, the first property in the township of Montclair to be owned by an African American and a formerly enslaved person. With the new grant that they are receiving, Luna Stage is building upon that success and is now working to interweave these diverse historic and present-day voices into a unified narrative, which will be performed on the main stage at Luna. I encourage you all to go and see it. In doing so, the performance will take the next steps to reflect the critical stories of post-emancipation struggles, abolitionist history, the impact and legacy of Jim Crow laws, gentrification, and current community challenges around diversity and integration. So I am delighted to invite Ari Laura Creeth, who is the artistic director of Luna Stage, forward to accept the award.
Sarah, thank you so much, and thank you all for the privilege of engaging with this work and building and deepening understanding and empathy and inspiring change through theater and the performing arts. I want to thank so many people who made this project possible: the New Jersey Historical Commission, the New Jersey Council on the Humanities, the National Endowment for the Arts, the Montclair Foundation, the 12 playwrights and 18 actors who participated in this performance in the pouring rain, the Unitarian Universalist Church of Montclair and St. Paul's Baptist Church for allowing space to support this project and literal shelter in order to implement the project. And most essentially, to all of the historians and activists who have both excavated this history and fought for the preservation of this space, and so generously spent their time and energy supporting our uplifting of this story, most notably Miss Betty Holloway and Kimberly Latortu and Amina Toller, who spent time teaching us and vetting our stories and supporting us in celebrating truth. I would also like to invite up Maria Tao from Friends of the Howe House to share just a glimpse of the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. It's truly an honor to be here today to see you receive this award for your amazing work that you have done. Friends of the Howe House started as a coalition of community members who rallied together to save the James Howe House, which you heard is the oldest standing home in the Montclair region owned by a formerly enslaved person. It's an artifact of history that we're just uncovering now. But it's more than just an artifact. It's a house full of stories, which made this collaboration with Luna Stage so powerful as they brought the stories to life. They brought history to life. And through stories, we can live into our mission, which is to protect and uplift the James Howe House as a tangible reminder of the true history of slavery and its aftermath. We believe that telling stories, listening to stories, and telling the truth can be healing. Thank you.
This is embarrassing, but sometimes when I speak off the cuff, I forget the most essential people. And the one other person that needs to be acknowledged in this room is Suzanne Douglas, who was an artist and activist who we lost in our Luna community and our larger world 2 years ago. And in her honor, the Suzanne Douglas Memorial Commissioning Fund was created. And that fund is dedicated to uplifting underrepresented stories. And this project was the first project supported by the Suzanne Douglas Memorial Commissioning Fund. So I receive this honor in Suzanne's honor.
Congratulations. Please subscribe to Luna Stage. This year, the Price Institute continues its tradition in acknowledging those whose work in communities around them demonstrate commitment to education and uplift. Today's awards recognize the labors of some outstanding public servants dear to our hearts. The lead librarians in the great Newark Public Libraries, yes. James Brown African American Room and its New Jersey Hispanic Research and Information Center. I'm going to say a little bit about both, and then I'm going to ask the respective awardees to come up. The James Brown African American Room provides a dedicated space for the development, inspiration, and enrichment of all people. It is named, of course, in honor of James Brown. How many here knew James Brown? How many of you did your PhD or your other research in these rooms? I mean, absolutely essential resources. James served the library for 29 years, And this special collections room develops programs and exhibits that fulfill his vision to document and preserve African American history and culture. James was committed to the educational support of Newark's youth and the broader public. The librarians of the room named in his honor have carried on this vision through community partnerships and expanded programming that keeps African American history and culture truly accessible. Through the efforts of librarians Dale Colston and Reginald Blanding, who will be coming up shortly, the James Brown African American Room has augmented its public lecture series, further developed its archival materials, and hosted leading scholars, activists, artists, and poets. We thank you, Dale and Reginald, for your dedication to the library and to this important work. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. On behalf of our Library Director, Christian Zabriskie, who is here with us, Board of Trustees President, Dr. Lauren Wells, we thank you all for this honor, and we are proud and we feel the responsibility and privilege to do this work beside you, the revolutionaries who came before us, and those who aren't yet here. Thank you. The second award goes to the New Jersey Hispanic Collections Research and Information Center, which supports the needs of this diverse community by providing resources for everyone, from newly arrived monolingual immigrants to English-dominant scholarly researchers. Its three components are the Sala Hispano-America, the Hispanic Reference Collection, and the Puerto Rican Community Archives. And I think Ingrid Betancourt here had something to do with this way back in the day as well. Thank you, Ingrid. Today, through the leadership of librarians Yesenia Lopez, who sadly could not join us this afternoon, and Juber Ayala, I apologize, the center continues to expand its cultural and archival resources, welcoming new communities. Thank you for your dedication to the library and the work of keeping monolingual and multilingual learners engaged.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to thank Dr. Lacey Peterson for thinking of the HRIC for the award. And I also wanted to thank the community whose support helps us get along a lot of the hard work done. For example, I see a lot of past members of the Friends of the HRIC in attendance, so thank you for your hard work as well. And I also see professors from Rutgers, Newark, who provides a lot of support. They send interns to the HRIC, they ask for tours, want to collaborate with exhibits, so that makes the job very rewarding for us at the HRIC, so I wanted to thank the community today. Yes, thank you so much.
Professor Nodia Mena is an educational leader and scholar of languages, literatures, and cultures at the University of North Carolina in Greensboro. She is a Garifuna cultural ambassador and the co-founder of the Afro-Latin American Latinx Studies Project in the African American and African Diaspora Studies program at UNC Greensboro. Professor Mena's work preserves and expands the history of Garifuna people by offering a gendered lens to their historical traditions. She is joined today by the Bodoma Garifuna Culture Band, a celebrated musical group who shares the Afro-Indigenous history and culture of the Garifuna people through vibrant music and storytelling. Please join me in welcoming Professor Nodia Mena and the Bodoma Garifuna Culture Band.
Ayoro mege rone ke wayunu. Ayoro mege rone ke wayuna waruete. Ayoro mege rone ke wayuna ragabe be kumari wabu. Araga baby akumari wabu walu ke nanya garina go walade.
Which means that Garifuna people, we are looking for other Garifuna like us or other people like us. Thank you, Lacey, Honey, Claudia, and the entire team who made it possible for Bodoma, Elijah, Enrique, and Gumani, and I to be here today. The same way that the Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Event Committee made space to learn the experiences of Afro-Indigenous people, I want to remember or remind all of us that this Black History Month commemoration is taking place in the lands of the Nanticoke Lemi Lenape, the Powhatan Lenape, and the Ramapo Lenape Indian Nation. And we have the chief here present with us today.
As an education justice activist, my work goes beyond land acknowledgement. I strive to be part of efforts that bring forth visibility to the stories and the experiences of indigenous peoples through equitable educational content. Equally important, my goal as an educator includes bringing visibility to the experiences of Garifuna peoples, descendants of Africans, Amerindian Arawak, Taino, from the island of St. Vincent, our homeland, Yurume. I am a mother, I am a daughter, I'm a sister, I am a friend, and in 2 weeks, I will be Dr. Mena. From the Education, Leadership and Cultural Foundations program at UNC Greensboro in North Carolina. I am ecstatic to be here today, mostly because I'm here to talk about the heterogeneous nature of what it means to be Black in Latin America at an academic space here in North America. It's not often that we're presented with the opportunity to engage in conversations about Afro descendants in and from Latin America. I also appreciate the opportunity to bring forth the nuances of Afro-Indigenous Garifuna experiences. Uh-oh, what happened here? Uh-oh. Okay, so now? Okay. All right, I know many of you here may know the answer to this, but this is a map, the map of a transatlantic slave trade. And I would like for someone to tell me, out of it was about approximately 10 or 11 million Afro descendants who were brought to the Americas. What percentage, if someone can tell me, what do you think was the percentage of Africans who were brought to the United States compared to the one brought to Latin America? What percentage to Latin America? 90% to Latin America and 10% to the United States. So why is it that not a lot of people know about Afro descendants in Latin America with 90%? Yes. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I grew up in Trujillo, and I wanted to show you a little bit more about what's going on. Like, the numbers you see are in the millions. Right now, it's estimated that Brazil alone has a population of about 105 million Afro-descendants. In Mexico, not a lot of people know this, but Mexico have close to 2 million black people in Mexico. And so on and so forth, right? And I wanted to show you this map because this is what we had to endure when we were invaded by the British in our island, St. Vincent. We were invaded by the British, we were expelled from our land, and we were sent as a punishment to the Spaniards to Central America in Honduras. We arrived there April 12, 1797. We never forget. We always have the remembrance every year, and every year we ask, what can we do? What can we do? How can we understand our current situation in this region? So I grew up in Trujillo, somewhere in Honduras, in the northern part, and my parents only spoke to me and my siblings in Spanish, the colonizer language. Our instruction in schools, all in Spanish. So throughout my formative years, the only way for me and many of my acquaintances, my friends, my siblings, to learn about who we were as a people was through our grandmothers. My grandmother, for example, was the only one who spoke to me in the Garifuna language. And she used to make ereba, and I will tell you a little bit more about ereba. And I thank them also, my grandma and the other grandmothers in our community, because they used to put together events for us that brought so much joy to our childhood. When my grandma grew older, she couldn't take my siblings to those events. That created that intergenerational gap of transmitting that information about who we are. I always joke with my children that I was my grandma's favorite. They always argue with me, but I know I was the favorite. So all that intergenerational gap is because of the invisibility, right? The invisibility of blackness in that region of Latin America. Recently, I was at an event where the intention was to celebrate Afro-Latinos' identity and culture. What I observed was a different reality. There's still this notion, this lens of viewing black people in Latin America only as their entertainment. The culture of the Afro-descendants in Latin America has been co-opted by white-passing Latinos. And they capitalize on the culture of the blacks. And they say that they are the only ones who can represent our culture. What? Then there was this visceral representation of blackness, where a black man came into the room without any warning of what was going to happen. The black man came in the room chained up as a slave. And then he dropped on the floor as a slave. And everyone in the room were like, what is going on here? I was in the room going like, what is going on here? So the idea of liberation of blackness has not yet gotten to that point in the minds of Latinos. The only representation of blackness in that space was Bodoma and his band. So that is resistance. That is the way in which black people in Latin America have shown resistance to invisibility and to erasure. Why is it then being co-opted by white-passing Latinos? So because Garifuna people history mirrors the many histories with colonial violence and displacement, histories that include the way colonizers have uprooted, enslaved, and displaced Native people from their homelands, stories that contain visuals of colonial harm, that continues to be experienced everywhere in the world by those who claim white supremacy to those of us who are the most vulnerable. It is the harm that white supremacists continue to inflict through heteropatriarchy, heteronormativity, ableism, and sanitized histories that ostracize us, deems us either non-intelligent, intellectually deficient, or totally invisible through efforts of identity erasure. In Latin America, the harm continues through the myth of mestizaje. Mestizaje is that colorblind notion that racism does not exist in Latin America. It has been utilized by those with proximity to whiteness as a tool through which power imbalances continue to disenfranchise us, the indigenous and the Afro-descendants. Not surprisingly, colorblindness continues to be the lens through which the same system of power, criminalize and silence racial equity activists who engage in exposing the racist nature of mestizaje. Yes, racism looks different. Racism looks in many ways. In Latin America, it exists as mestizaje. So through the lens of mestizaje, there is the belief that visualizing racial differentiation counters national discourse of progress and unity in the region. And I ask myself, so whose progress? Because the World Bank has reported that out of a total of 133 million Afro-descendants in Latin America, 34 million are of school age. They face inequalities in school. They achieve poor learning. And they are more likely to drop out of school, compared to their non-Afro-descendant peers. So who's progressing again? In addition, because of the notion of mestizaje, statistical institutes throughout the Southern American region has dropped the race variables in their censuses and other statistical tools. So no data, no problem? Well, there is a problem. There is a problem because Latin America's understandings of race and race relations is so complex, but with negative consequences to us, the blacks in Latin America. Our socioeconomic situation, our condition, is poor. So these complexities have been internalized in ways that as blacks in Latin America, we have found ourselves seeking ways of distancing from negative perceptions associated to our race, describing our ethnicity and our identities as negro, moreno, pardo, sambo, cimarrón, mulatto, and many other names. The thing is, though, formulating our identity in this manner is directly connected to efforts of claiming rights and belonging because of how the South American region have ostracized blackness and has prompted a mixed race and, well, very little racial and cultural difference, y por lo tanto, aquí no hay racismo. Pero de verdad que no hay racismo. Vamos a ver. In Honduras, the country where I was born, the state decided to change the currency from el peso to lempira back in 1926. Let's keep in mind that lempira was an Amerindian who, according to the legend, fought the Spaniards back in the 16th century. He became an Indian hero and represented the Ladinos, those with mixed Amerindian and European race. Now, this decision to choose the name of an image of an Indian man to constitute the nation's identity galvanized a racialized nationalism that excluded Garifuna people. Yes, we have been excluded from opportunities for social mobility in Honduras and the Central American region. Socioeconomic exclusions have resulted in difficulties for us to navigate socioeconomic and political system. A system that does not consider our forms of production, nor our ways of knowing as part of mainstream understanding of culture in that region. Oh, I told you about the complexities, but I forgot about this slide. An example of how these forms of exclusion have been normalized in the Central American region includes stories that my mother have told me about her experiences in school. She has told me how she and many of her friends were punished in school for speaking in the Garifuna language. Yes, education has been complicit as well. Education inequities in the Latin American region, especially the lack of accurate and dignified representation in the textbooks, have generated social uncertainties in the Garifuna community. Remember how I told you that my mom never spoke to me in Spanish? So for many, the concerns go beyond not having access to higher education. It is about the reality of our invisibility throughout all the different systems of power and decision-making processes. The very isolated cases of Garifuna who, through extraordinary efforts, achieve social mobility have been because they have been acculturated to the Ladino-dominant culture. And since Spanish must be spoken at any mainstream commercial interaction, Garifuna parents are forced to conform speaking to their children in the dominant language, a dynamic that's contributing to eroding our ancestral language. Now, through these difficulties, we have had to resort to two forms of coping. One has been our community-making practices, and the other has been mass migration. Our community-making practices among Garifuna have been ways through which we have responded to socio-historical challenges. These forms of coping have provided a sense of cultural identity and belonging. In our communities, we have gayusas, the women who sing during the parties, the fedus. We have buyes, our shamans. We have ereba makers, the ereba making. We have atira hatinyu. I saw a picture of you, Lacey. You put a picture of atira hatinyu over there in the video. And we have also the yankunu, As a community, we have relied on rituals that have helped to reinforce the traditional norms and values of our ancestors. We have healing ceremonies through which Afro-Indigenous descendants we call on the spirit of our ancestors to assess and evaluate our current spiritual state. Above all, we have Garifuna women to thank for that. We have Garifuna women to thank for that, and as ancestral knowledge holders, these women are relied upon to facilitate understanding of the connection between culture and identity formation. Their ways of knowing, carried through songs and different community events, have been designed by Garifuna women for our survival and continuity, and we thank them for that. We thank these women for having continued the practice of honoring our ancestral legacy despite efforts of identity erasure around us and the exclusion of our ways of knowing as legitimate knowledge. It's unfortunate that the notions of illegitimate knowledge and the lack of representation in positions of power, and also the lack of social support for our community members, result in unemployment, food insecurity, and of course, forced migrations. In the United States, a space where many of us come seeking a more humanized way of survival, we are bound to confront exclusionary practices as well. Generations of Garifuna have internalized the need to fit in by adopting custom from other Latinos. I know about some who have gone as far as to change their last name so that they can fit Puerto Rican and Dominican's culture. And I ask, but why? ¿Qué pedo, loco? Ser Garifuna es rico. You know? So there shouldn't be a hierarchy of who is more Latino than who, you know? This dynamic of trying to fit in made me think about the need for more education about Afro-Indigenous and Afro-Latino socio-historical realities to counter assimilationist notions of what it means to be a citizen in this country. So it has dawned on me that there is a need for a system-wide effort through which younger generations of Garifuna not only learn the language, but they also develop a more nuanced understanding of their cultural communities and the global Afro-descendant community, in ways that they learn how to establish connection between social issues and social structures. And I have gone through that process myself. I have gone through a process of unlearning internalized issues with power dynamics. I have gone through the process of learning ways in which power operates to further disenfranchise Afro-descendants and people of color, which is why I want to take this opportunity to thank Black women, Dr. Hill Collins, Dr. Crenshaw, Dr. Dillard, Dr. Love, Dr. Cooper, and Dr. Harrington, whose liberatory praxis have helped me to decolonize my consciousness and helped me to develop a more critical way of thinking and being that has allowed me for the freedom to dream. With that in mind, we must be intentional in dreaming, not just our own individual desires, but for that of the collective. Waluahenanya garinagu waladi. We're looking for Black people like us. The message I have taken from this song has been that it was a collective who composed this song. It was consoled by the collective for the collective. For future generations, and we are the future. We are the future our ancestors were waiting for. Our future is today. The song is laid out to dream. The ancestors were calling for us to find not only Garifuna, but also Black people everywhere and join every existing effort to freedom. Freedom to think, freedom to be, freedom to continue to maintain our ancestral spirit of resistance in its many forms. Next, this is a call for our Garifuna leaders in New York City, Houston, Los Angeles, and around the United States. Please check which legacies you are including as part of your frameworks? Are you acknowledging the contributions of Garifuna women through your work? Are you following the legacies of our ancestors by practicing Aurabuni, Amurununi? I for you, or me for you, and you for me? And honoring our ancestors' way of being? Lastly, we should include a vision of ending colonial heteropatriarchal normative practices of silencing the voices of Black, Indigenous, Afro-Indigenous, Afro-Latinos, and Afro-Caribbean voices from our practices. Let's normalize creating spaces where we all can join our voices to fuel our spirits with the desire for activism for social justice. Let's normalize celebrating Blackness by honoring a wider perspective that includes dreaming about freedom for Black people around the globe. And in the spirit of freedom dreaming, my dream for every Garifuna is to continue the work of our ancestor. Let's join the efforts of Black people who are doing the work, cementing legacies of freedom for all. Let's forge a path for future generations of Garifuna activists who will continue to work by resisting predatory colonial practices of invisibility and erasure. Finally, I want to thank Garifuna women whom, through their work of preserving and transmitting our Garifuna ancestral legacies, have demonstrated resistance to total European assimilation and have created a counter-narrative to existing sanitized histories. Valentina Mena, Doris Mena, Dania Mena, Margie Sanchez, Alina Gonzalez, Suyapa Marin, Paula Castillo, Danay, Luz Solis, Dorina Lope, y Presenta Dolmo, my grandma. Thank you for making us feel empowered to take in total authority our full humanity. Thank you, Rutgers. Thank you, community members.
Professor Ariana Curtis is the first curator of Latinx studies at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. Through her work, she leads museum research and collections that center Latinidad through an African American lens. Dedicated to public scholarship that reflects the fullness of Black lives, Professor Curtis exhibits and promotes Latinx and Black-centered narratives to represent the history and culture of the Americas more accurately. Her scholarship and public speaking advocate for the development of frameworks that disrupt systemic marginalization, misrepresentation, and erasure. Please join me in welcoming Professor Ariana Curtis.
All right, that feels good. Can you hear me okay? Great. Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. I was elated when I received Lacey's invitation, and during our conversation, I talked her ear off about how many things we could talk about today, right? And I appreciated that. I remember I only have 30 minutes, so we needed to cut that list by like 90%. Many people I admire have participated in this lecture series, including this year's speakers. So thank you so much for including me in this lineage of extraordinary Black scholars. And I know it takes a lot of people and a lot of effort to create this event. So thank you to everyone who had a hand in making this 44th annual lecture series possible, and specifically to the people who made my participation possible. So thank you. A few really quick things before I start. First of all, the National Museum of African American History and Culture is a very long name. All of the Smithsonian names are long, but for the museum, when I say NMAC, that's our acronym. You can see it listed there, NMAAC. When I say NMAC, that's shorthand for the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Lonnie doesn't love that one, so I try not to perpetuate it in public talks, but you know, privately I do say that. Just don't tell him that. The second thing, the imagery in this presentation is mostly by Black Latinx artists in NMAC's collection. So when known, I've specified that information and it's in the image credit. So for example, the porcelain rags that you see here, and these are actually colored porcelain rags, are by Afro-Cuban artist Juana Valdez. And so if that level of information, if you're looking for that for some of the images that I've showing you, they are in the image credit. The last thing is that I am a curator for Latinx studies, and those of you maybe who were here for Lourdes Garcia Peña's presentation, when I'm using that term, that's a Black term. So I'm using Latinx, I use Afro-Latinx sometimes. When I'm saying Latinx or Latinidad, please know that I'm talking about Black people. Okay, those are all my housekeeping things. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here today to talk about two things I love, Blackness and museums. And this feels like a safe space, and with Lacey's encouragement, I'm actually gonna start my discussion of Blackness in the Americas in a way that people are not familiar with me starting, which is personally. So these are my parents. I know, they're cute. I had a little video of them kissing in this chair, but I went with the still photo. So my mother is African American from the Republic of Brooklyn, as she likes to call it. Exactly, you Brooklynites know exactly how you do. My father is Black Panamanian, born in Panama City, Panama, raised mostly in Queens, New York. Okay, Queens. I call myself Black, which is accurate, but many people use Black as a synonym for African American, and they're not synonyms. All African Americans are Black, not all Black people are African American. So how I call myself and how I self-identify has shifted over the years. Not because I have thought of myself differently or how I feel about myself has changed. Honestly, I just want my identity to be received in the fullness in which I exist. There was a time when I said I'm half African American and half Panamanian, but quantifying and compartmentalizing myself gave the impression that these are separate and measurable elements, and they're not. I live them simultaneously every day. When I said African American and Panamanian, people assume that Panamanian was not Black, right? When you name a national identity from Latin America, many people just assume that that's not Black. And initially that confused me. So I grew up in Western Massachusetts near Springfield. No, okay. Just checking, leaving space, which has a dense and multiracial Puerto Rican population. So it wasn't just my family. I grew up seeing Afro-Latina families everywhere. It was common. And besides my family, the other Panamanian that I remember growing up is the basketball player Rolando Blackman. I actually thought he only played for New York, so I had to include this one of Dallas, because apparently that's really where he made his career, but the child of New Yorkers knows him as a Knicks. So my dad's name is also Rolando. So first of all, I thought all Rolandos are Panamanian, because as a kid, you only need like a sample size of 2, right, for something to be universally true. And his last name is literally Black Man, right? So all Rolandos are Panamanian, and obviously Panamanians can be Black. Like, look at this famous Panamanian Black man. So calling myself African American and Black Panamanian is a mouthful, but being of Black Panamanian descent is important to who I am and to understanding the geographies of Blackness in the Americas. My father is a Black Panamanian immigrant to the United States. He is a descendant of West Indian immigrants to Panama. Large waves of French, then English-speaking Caribbean people migrated to Panama for the construction of the railroad and then the Panama Canal in the late 1800s, and migrations continued after the canal opened in 1914. So Panama is in Central America. My Panamanianness is very Caribbean. There is no singular culture in any country or region. Widespread misconceptions about Blackness in the Americas erase Afro-Latinidad, and this is a stat you're now gonna hear for the third time, even though we know over 90% of kidnapped Africans in the transatlantic slave trade did not come to the US, but rather to Latin America and the Caribbean. When given the opportunity, because we're not always asked about race, when given the opportunity, Afro-Latinx and Afro-Latin Americans absolutely identify as Black. And in the United States, nearly 1 in 10 Black Americans is an immigrant or the child of immigrants, like me. Naming Afro-Latinidad as part of Blackness is a critical intervention in public narratives that equate Latinidad with brownness and public narratives that flatten Blackness in the United States into a single experience. I actually don't call myself Black Latina much anymore because I feel like it overcorrected and erased my African Americanness which is just as fundamental to who I am and how I experience the world. And I'm kind of joking and lighthearted when I say it, but when people ask me now, I just say I'm black mixed with black. That both of my parents are black, they're just from different countries. So I wanted to walk you through the expanses and limits of identity labels, because many of our academic and professional passions are born of personal experiences. I have given a lot of thought to how I name my Afro-Latinidad and my African-Americanness. These cultures and experiences are related, but they're not interchangeable. My lived experience growing up as a Black woman has always been multinational, multi-ethnic, and multilingual. When I use the umbrella term Black, it is intentional. I want to give space to all the ways that Blackness exists. But when I can accurately name it, I do, whether it's Black Caribbean, African American, Colonense. Blackness in the Americas exists in multitudes, and I bring an awareness of Black diversity and Black specificity quite vocally to every space that I enter. Before I worked at the National Museum of African American History and Culture, I worked at the Smithsonian Anacostia Community Museum, also a Black museum space, as their first curator for Latino studies. On my very first day, an African American colleague asked me, "What do Spanish people have to do with the rest of us?" Okay. So the lazy answer is Spanish people are from Spain. So if you mean Latinx folks, some of us are Black. And I didn't say that. I worked there for 4 years, so there was a relationship building and a lot of education that we did with each other. But I didn't also say that because it's not enough to see Black people in spaces where we previously did not, if those visual changes are not accompanied by the disruption of narratives that excluded us in the first place. Representation matters, but language also matters. How we talk about things is as important as what we talk about. Blackness is not homogenous, and Blackness is centuries deep all over the Americas. Black diversity and Black specificity matter. So I bring that care and nuance to the work that I do as the curator for Latinx studies at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. NAMAC exists differently than Black museums established in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. We're in a different social context, a different historical moment, and we have a different audience. We consider Blackness in the Americas central to our mission. And we don't have token Afro-Latinx representation. Our museum collection is diasporic. And so I just want to really quickly show you a few things to highlight the geographic diversity, the material diversity, and the diversity of time period that exists in our collection. Because I do think it's one thing to talk about diversity and to talk about Blackness, but I also think that what's important about museums is being able to show people what that looks like, how that is interpreted, and how we can share in understanding those interpretations. So some things I think are visually easier to identify as Afro-Latinidad. So here you have a Black Puerto Rican boy with a plátano, a plantain covered in platinum. So this image and the necklace and the pendant itself are in our museum collection. This comic book by Black Brazilian Hugo Canuto, this is Tales of the Orisha. So in my curatorial practice, Afro-Latinidades includes Haiti and Brazil, just the same as it includes all of the countries in Central America, including Belize. It includes all of South America, including Guyana. I'm always gonna have some Panamanians in my presentations. So here is a Black Panamanian girl at an African American Day parade in Harlem, dressed in Panama's national costume, a pollera. But some of our collections do need context interpretation. So what you're seeing here is a certificate signed by Arturo Schomburg in his capacity as Secretary of the Cornerstone Lodge 37 of the Free and Accepted Masons, part of the Prince Hall Grand Lodge. So Schomburg was very deeply involved with the Prince Hall Masons, which is the oldest Black fraternal organization. And I know Lorgia is not here, but NAMAC is not perpetuating the myth that Afro-Latinas in general and Dominicans specifically don't know that they're Black. So these are two objects that speak to Black Dominicanidades. So one of the people credited with coining the term "bi Black" is Dominican-born activist and Black nationalist Carlos Cooks. So that's not Carlos Cooks in the picture, but the image shows a clear "bi Black" sign in the background. And just of note, the photographer Kwame Brathwaite is the child of Bayesian immigrants. And lastly, I love using this sign. So one, because it's handmade, and it's nice to show people that this is also the kind of history that we collect, and these handmade signs are what history is. But the Detroit Tigers were the next to last team in Major League Baseball to racially integrate. The first Black person to take the field for the Detroit Tigers in 1958 was Osvaldo Virgil Sr. He's also the first Dominican to play in Major League Baseball. And this is really not even a drop in the bucket. Our collections are full of images and objects that represent Afro-Latinidades. But as I said, how we talk about things is as important as what we talk about. My job is curating Latinidad through an African-American lens, not a Black lens generally, an African-American lens specifically. So let's continue to discuss language of belonging and answer that question: what do Spanish people have to do with the rest of us? When I say the African diaspora, I do so with the full recognition that African Americans are part of the diaspora, not outside of it. So just as national context shape Black Latin American identities, right? Being Black Uruguayan is different than being Black Cuban. At the National Museum of African American History and Culture, African Americanness shapes our representations of Afro-Latinidades. That context matters. And it's not just about the stories we tell within the museum, but also the story we tell about who we are as an institution. The very first object donated to the National Museum of African American History and Culture represents oral traditions, intergenerational knowledge, oral histories, Black identity, freedom, resistance, resilience, and it came from Esmeraldas, Ecuador. I've had more Ecuadorians than I can count tell me that they did not know there were Black Ecuadorians. That's interesting. This is Ecuador's national soccer team, but I digress. Deborah Nazareno was from Esmeraldas, Ecuador, which was a maroon community. Its dense rainforest protected self-emancipated indigenous and African populations from Spanish colonizers. There are roads now, but some parts inland are still only accessible by canoe. Deborah Nazareno frequently traveled the Ecuadorian waterways, so she, like many women, had her own boat seat. She used this in the canoe, but also in her home, cooking and sharing stories with her grandson, Juan. Intergenerational storytelling is common in Black communities across the African diaspora. In 2005, Juan Garcia Salazar, a renowned Afro-Ecuadorian activist and educator, traveled to Washington, D.C. to meet with Lonnie Bunch, the founding director of NMAC and currently the first Black secretary of the Smithsonian Institution. In this meeting, Juan, a gifted storyteller, performed stories of El Conejo, the rabbit, and other fables, and shared personal tales of his grandparents, who instilled in him a pride of being Black and in sharing and preserving Black Ecuadorian culture. They talked about how powerful a precedent a U.S. National Museum dedicated to Black art, history, and culture would be, and if successful, the global impacts of such a positive Black public framework. Toward the end of their conversation, Juan reached into his bag and said, "I want to give you a present." On that day, Deborah Nazareno's wooden boat seat became the very first donation to the National Museum of African American History and Culture. We are an African American museum. I don't consider this seat relevant to our collection just because it's from a Black community in Ecuador, right? Black people are not homogenous. The carving, representing a Nancy spider, directly connects it to African Americanness. These stories exist in English, in Spanish, in French, and more, as Anance, Anansi, Aunt Nancy, Anansi, Hapanzi, Nanzi. Anansi originated in West Africa and rooted throughout the African diaspora, including in Ecuador and including in the United States. Juan Garcia Salazar passed away in 2017 after a long battle with cancer. He was never able to return to Washington to see his grandmother's boat seat on display in the inaugural Cultural Expressions exhibit. Over 10 million people have seen it, though, and learned about Deborah, about Juan, about Black Indian oral traditions, and the connections of Black cultures across the Americas. And just as a note, we do not accept everything that is offered to us. So accepting that boat seat was a choice. There are other less intentional ways that NMAC represents Afro-Latinidades and African Americanness as intertwined to create a visual language of belonging. This work is called The Wives of Shango by Afro-Cobra artist Jeff Donaldson. He created it in 1971. And if you can't read it well, at the bottom it says Oya, Oshun, and Oba, wives of Shango, which are Yoruban deities. So there's nothing overtly Latin American or Latinx about this work. However, I cited it as a related work when I successfully proposed the acquisition of this painting, Oya's Betrayal, by LA-based Afro-Cuban artist Harmonia Rosales. As a Black Cuban, she's drawing on Yoruban deities as she encountered them, through Santeria, Lukumi, which is an Afro-Caribbean religion based on Yoruba beliefs and traditions. The wives of Shango and Oya's Betrayal are both diasporic. Together, they articulate the links in our collection and visually affirm shared cultures among African, Afro-Latina, and African Americans. And for me, this is one of the joys of museum work. This is what it means to build a collection. Each work is beautiful and has a depth of meaning on its own. But when we reveal larger stories and connections when we place works in conversation with each other. Afro-Latinidades belong. Rather than a foreign Black other, it's part of the we at the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and thusly part of how the Smithsonian presents American history. Working at an African American museum provides a different institutional context for my Latinx-centered work. And although not exempt from criticism or public accountability, Black institutions everywhere are interventionist. Our existence calls out Black systemic exclusion from the mainstream. Over the past few years, I've been thinking a lot about Afro-Latinidades within Black institutions, thinking about Black institutions as social and emotional value, about Black institutions as spaces of refuge, preservation, and advocacy for diverse Black identities. Schomburg and Prince Hall Masons is one example. Another story that comes to mind for me is from our Taking the Stage exhibition about the Dance Theater of Harlem. Arthur Mitchell had a trailblazing career. With the New York City Ballet, he became the first African-American principal dancer of a major US ballet company. He was also a cultural ambassador. In 1966, he organized the American Negro Dance Company, which represented the US at the first World Festival of Negro Arts in Dakar, Senegal. And he helped found the National Ballet Company of Brazil in 1968. After the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., Mitchell felt compelled to invest his time, energy, and activism in his own communities. He returned to the United States full-time, and in 1969 co-founded the Dance Theater of Harlem, the first Black classical ballet company. When it opened, the Dance Theater of Harlem had about 30 kids in a church basement. A few months later, there were 400. He helped create an institution that has been a refuge and an incubator for Black dreams and a literal stage for professional Black ballerinas. I am intentionally using Black, not African American. The Dance Theater of Harlem, like many Black institutions in the United States, has been a safe space for people of diverse Black identities who do not receive the same opportunities or ethics of care elsewhere. Black institutions are sites of justice and hope by design. Despite Mitchell's groundbreaking work as a Black dancer and a global Black institution builder, Black realities did not immediately shift the aesthetics of this quote-unquote white art form. These ballet slippers are on display in the museum in the Dance Theater of Harlem's story. Ingrid Silva came to the Dance Theater of Harlem from Brazil. She applied makeup to the standard issued pink shoes to match her dark brown skin tone. You can see in the picture that flesh-toned shoes provide that visual continuity of lines for ballerinas. Until recently, mainstream brands did not create makeup for darker skinned women. So Silva mixed Black opal makeup, right? Shout out to the OG Black makeup, and often gave advice on this process to other aspiring Black ballerinas through social media. In 2019, she received her first pair of ballet shoes intentionally manufactured for darker skin shades. Brazil has one of the largest Afro-descendant populations in the Americas and the global plague of racism. Mitchell helped establish Brazil's National Ballet Company in the 1960s, but it was at his Dance Theater of Harlem where Brazilian Ingrid Silva could fashion a professional dance career. Just as the Dance Theater of Harlem was a space of belonging for a Black Brazilian ballerina, the National Museum of African American History and Culture is an affirming space for me as an African American and Black Panamanian curator that focuses on Latinidad. I think NAMAC has accepted the challenge of advancing a historically informed global Black consciousness, We are the only African American museum with a curatorial position dedicated to Latinx studies. As my home base, it nourishes and empowers me to advocate for diverse Black stories outside of the emotional safety of the museum, which is hard. Newark is not only an access point for Afro-Latinidades. As part of the Smithsonian Institution, it's also a high visibility platform of broad public engagement and education. In 2018, I spoke at TED Women about women and museum representation, centering the words and images of Black women. I was heartened when the audience cheered for Celia Cruz. Around that same time, I was one of Newark's representatives on the predominantly white Smithsonian American Women's Collections Book Committee. Those of us who go outside the emotional safety of our Black jobs know that we cannot fight every fight in those spaces. We have to be strategic about how and when we expend our energy. So one day, my day came. And as the only Afro-Latina, I commented that most of the Latinas in the book were white presenting and none were Black. I advocated successfully for the inclusion of multiple Black women, including the Queen of Salsa, Celia Cruz. So, yeah. Hey. So it's a collections book. So that means that the story had to be in some Smithsonian collection in order to be considered for the book. Celia Cruz is in 5 Smithsonian Museum collections. Yeah, so on the top left, that's the Anacostia Community Museum. Below is the National Portrait Gallery. In the middle is the National Museum of American History. At the end is the National Postal Museum. And then, of course, the National Museum of African American History and Culture. So in the book, she got a full-page spread. I wrote the long essay, which was actually a very short essay, but she was part of the book's promotional stories, a highlight of the book's programming, and I considered that a win. But a few years later, the US Mint partnered with the Congressional Caucus for Women's Issues, the National Women's History Museum, and the Smithsonian American Women's History Initiative on the American Women Quarters program. They invited me to write a letter of support to put Celia Cruz on a quarter. I accepted. And while I lauded her 7-decade-long career, full of all of the highest awards, spoke about her costumes, her high heels, her colorful wigs, her signature refrain, "Azúcar," I also provided what I felt was the necessary social context to understand her excellence. Who she is for Black female entertainers in and outside of Latinidad is a huge part of Celia Cruz's legacy. I opened that letter with a quote from Beninese French entertainer and activist Angelique Kidjo, who honors the intentional and often overlooked Africanity of Celia's music and rare status as a woman in salsa. I went on to say that we are just now having public conversations about colorism, racism, and anti-Blackness in Latinidad. Born in 1925, a little over a decade after a massacre of Black people in Cuba, Celia Cruz was a dark-skinned, Spanish-speaking Black immigrant woman who stomped on the gender barriers of salsa music and became a global icon while based in the racist, sexist, anti-immigrant United States. I said it a little bit more eloquently, just a little bit. Those were my words. So I'm proud to be part of the effort that has placed the first Afro-Latina on US currency. I'm proud of this, but I'm prouder of the letter that I wrote in support of this unapologetically Black Cuban woman. When I think about speaking truth to power, I always imagine myself aligned with the speaking. And that's true sometimes. I did write that letter to the US government. But I have learned to embrace that I work for an institution that has some power, and by extension, I have some power. Influencing US currency was never a goal of mine, but it aids something that is a goal: the normalization of the everyday, of reframing quote unquote diverse experiences like Afro-Latinidad and reframing it as familiar and quotidian and knowable. The high visibility of Newark and the high visibility of projects like the American Women Quarters program help normalize and validate multiple perspectives and experiences, and let people know that their full selves, however they choose to articulate that, are valued in storied spaces like the Smithsonian. What we see informs what we believe to be true. And this level of public representation matters for how society sees and understands Black people, and it matters for how we as Black people see and understand ourselves. Before I close, I just wanted to say, if you wanted to see more of our Latinx-related work, we do have a specific collections portal. And geographically, it covers the Americas. There are collections, images, biographies, bilingual videos, bilingual essays, maps, guided search terms, all that can expand on what is in our museum collection related to Latinidad. You know, Smithsonian's good with those algorithms, so if you put like Latinx, African American, or like Latinx Black Museum, the portal should come up. It is never lost on me that I work in a place where Blackness is not diversity. I can be African American and Black Panamanian and Caribbean and of West Indian heritage all at the same time, and really nobody cares, right? It's like, that's interesting, good for you. It's never either or, right? It's always and both. And our collections reflect that. This beautiful work is by Black Panamanian painter Cliff Joseph, and I had no part in collecting this. Collecting and preserving Afro-Latinidades is not just my job. Blackness in the Americas belongs to all of us, not as some diversity initiative, but as a reflection of who we believe ourselves to be. I have never thought my racial or cultural identity is unusual. Being a Black curator is unusual. Here are the numbers. Fellow anthropologist Zora Neale Hurston famously said, "I feel most colored when I'm thrown against a sharp white background." I am grateful that that is not my professional background. Blackness is the context of what I do and the center of who I do it for. The National Museum of African American History and Culture tells Black stories of the Americas with detail and specificity because we know personally and professionally that Black diversity matters. A colleague and I traveled to Ecuador in 2019 to learn more about Juan Garcia's family, his community, and his legacy. And personally, I was searching for answers. I can stand here in 2024 and represent our collecting record and our strategies about Afro-Latinidades. His was the very first donation in 2005. Back then, the museum didn't exist, the building didn't exist, we had no collection, we had no reputation, the staff was almost non-existent. So why did he travel overseas to gift us this intimate family heirloom? I didn't find my answers in Ecuador, though I had a very lovely visit. Of the dozens of people we spoke with, only one had ever heard him mention this seat before. People didn't even know it existed. The person he was in that meeting with didn't know he was pulling anything out of his bag. Like, he really kept that close to the chest. But I actually found the answer in Juan's own words when he said, "I want to be sure that other Black children don't have the problem I did of lacking a sense of identity. Nowhere do you find our people remembered. This is a serious problem for the integration of a nation. It tells you you're not here. You don't exist." That's what this work is aimed at. So to me, our people here means Black people. I think Juan wanted that meeting to decide if Lonnie Bunch and the future National Museum of African American History and Culture could be proper stewards, not just of Blackness in the Americas, but of Black Ecuadorian memory specifically, and identity marginalized even in the margins. That meeting was to know if we understood the transnationality of the task at hand, building a 21st century Black museum. Juan knew that Smithsonian collections are preserved for generations, and that stability is important to name when we're talking about the continuity and care of our Black histories, tangible and intangible. One reason I love the story of the boat seat so much is that it represents faith in the unseen, a belief that we would use our Black museum to tell American history differently. It was the first gift of Black history to a future Black institution. I hope we have lived up to Juan Garcia's aspirations. We affirm that we are here, that we exist, and for the millions who visit, we acknowledge every place that our Blackness calls home. I'm proud to be African American and Black Panamanian, and I'm very proud to bring nuances of Blackness in the Americas to the work of the National Museum of African American History and Culture. So thank you so much for your attention, and happy Black History Month.
Hello again.
Wow, it's been an amazing day. I'm supposed to be up here to summarize, but I'm not going to summarize. So I wanted to make sure that Lacey got a chance to also be here, because this was really her program. So, Lacey, thank you. And she did this under very stressful circumstances. I mean, there's normally a lot of stress with MTW, but especially stressful for lots of personal family reasons. So, Lacey, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, Lacey, I wanted to invite you to, say anything you'd like. I will just say a few words and give you a chance, since I just asked you to come up here, to kind of think of something. And then we have some announcements and thanks to make. My thought is this, that so much of what the imagined fantasy America that some people are saying we have to go back to has always been in the American grain. In part, it was the Puritans who are somehow separating out from the other less pure Puritans and somehow creating a more pure sense of what America could be and displacing actual indigenous people to begin with. And ultimately, it kind of culminates in, the eugenics movement, which is still alive and well, but taking different forms of algorithms now. So our future is increasingly being sorted of fit and unfit based on algorithms that people don't even understand how they work. So Ruha Benjamin, one of our past speakers, has really been focusing in on that. But increasingly, our future is determined by a eugenics-generated algorithm. But also, the way eugenics works is not just against any people of color or all people of color, but it also turns on to who are considered Europeans as well. Because, of course, amongst Europeans, from this mindset, there are superior Europeans, and then there are inferior Europeans. And that the 1924 Immigration Act that so many people long for, to get back to the days of, basically cut back the European immigration of all the people that we know and love, Jewish people, Italian people, Eastern European people. So many of these categories that were considered inferior because they were not as good as the white Western European Nordic male, right? Now these are all constructions, but it turns on itself constantly, cannibalizing itself to the point that somehow some people buy into it, but lots of people are intimidated. And somehow that's part of what's going on right now. And it's something that we have to be able to understand and, of course, come together around. So that's just kind of one thought.
Thank y'all so much. I wish I were taller. I'm not even gonna fool with this. Thank you for just staying for the whole day. This is kind of a selfish journey for me because I get to unpack all the questions I've had about identity over the long course of my life thus far. And it's just so good to know that there are people who are interested in doing that and doing it in a way that's honest and safe. So come back next year so we can do it again. I'll be less selfish next year. But to all my good Caribbean, Latino, wherever you are, whoever you are and however you identify, you are so well loved. And we hope that you have a little bit of what you need to keep going and taking these tools and unpacking more of this in your communities. We know it's hard, but we greatly appreciate you starting this or continuing it if you've already started it with us today.
And there's an arc of a number of years coming because all these anniversaries of somehow the Dutch Purchase, and the kind of Puritan claims, and we can go on and on and on with all those anniversaries. We all have to deal with them and grapple with them as they come up, as the celebration, the self-congratulation of these European Catholic and Protestant and whatever cultures are starting to make these claims, we're going to be grappling with them to the point that we can begin to reconstruct what this actual history is about. Just a couple quick things. We want to thank the amazing staff of the Price Institute. So that includes Honey Foster, Claudia Sepulveda. I think they're working out there, so
they are.
They're not here. Alex Chang, Also the incredible people at RUI TV who are always our friends and have been doing such a great job. The people who got up early to shovel the sidewalks this morning so you could have a chance of being safely getting here. And also our sponsors, Prudential, L&M, Mellon Foundation, New York Historical Commission, New Jersey Council for the Humanities, but also the many people who helped us get the word out about this difficult, challenging, but important topic. We're going to post these collaborators online, our co-sponsors. And I guess I would just say that the best is yet to come, because we're going to start really impacting with many of the people that we know already on the curriculum of what happens in New Jersey. Some of our friends who have been doing that amazing work are here. We're going to be extending the linkage between environmental justice questions and the social justice issues that we are all working on. And that, I think, is going to be a sweet spot that's going to be so important as the years come on. Anything more you want to say about thank yous?
Enjoy the food and the wine at the Newark Museum. We know y'all are probably ready to get up and stand and stretch. Very quickly, I just want to thank, I know they're not all here with me, my HLLC scholars and Africana scholars who did a special project. They explored different dimensions of Afro-Latinidades. They are beautiful people, and they endured me for the whole semester, 2 semesters now, so I appreciate y'all greatly. You can catch them also at the Somos Festival, which is coming next month, so bring your young people, and for all the young people that are still in the room, this is one of the most amazing places to be, and most embracing places to be, so come back. I think that was it.
The shuttles to the Newark Art Museum are going to be just outside the door on ML King Boulevard. That's what you wanted me to say. So, okay, this is Claudia. This is Claudia Sepúlveda's, by the way. So Claudia, thank you. And you'll get a chance to go down to get good food and drink, and also hear the Bradford Hayes Quartet. So if you just go outside, go back to the entry where you came to register, and the buses should be out there, so they'll be coming back and forth.
And Bodoma is going to play us out. So you can mingle a little bit, but they're going to play us out. We give them a hand while they come back up.